All right, so I stopped playing music because I get hit with editing or copyright strike no matter what music I play. So I just stopped playing it. I just said, fuck it. I ain't playing it no more. Actually, what I'll do is I'm just going to have background video game playing in the background. But it, I don't know if anybody's been on the internet, social media, but good news. Good news. Butterfinger came out with the French toast butter. No, I got a box of French toast Butterfinger. Literally, Butterfinger came out with French toast flavored Butterfinger bar. So, where to begin? Well, I'm ecstatic. I'm so happy. 15 fucking years have paid off, and I did it. Sorry. I'm excited. No, I got my first full-time job in college athletics, man. I'm so excited, dude. I'm so pumped. Working at a golf course. Working at UF golf course. That's right, UF, University of Florida. Excited. So I want to just real quick before I jump into a game, I want to go over a timeline of the way things have been going. So, fired from Dollar General December 27th. Fired after 8.5 years, fired. Unceremoniously fired, walked out, being on my phone. Okay, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. All right, fired. January 1. January 1. I call up Walmart. Hey, I put in an application. I'm interested in working for you guys. Okay. And the guy who answered the phone, he says, hey, I work for Dollar General too. Da 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 da. What do you want to do? Da 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 da. So I said, okay. Let's set up an interview. January 2. Set up an interview. This is where it gets a little crazy. January 2, set up an interview. Go in, do my interview. All right. Do my interview. I'm leaving. I have my phone on silent because my phone's on silent. Don't want to ring during an interview. I get almost all the way home. I notice I have 3 missed calls from Walmart. I'm like, oh, fuck. Did I forget something? No, I didn't forget anything. We wanted to offer you a job. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. So I'm at the UE, go back to Walmart. I got to finish some stuff on the application. I fill out the application, and then, yeah. So, hooray, got hired. Haha. All right, now orientation didn't start until the end of January. So, basically, I spent all of January doing nothing. Well, I think I looked for jobs, but mainly just chilling, just partying. So, now this is where it is really interesting. So, mind you, I applied for unemployment from Dollar General, and I appealed that shit, and they still haven't made a decision. I don't know why, but... So, fast forward, January 27th, January 28th, that's my orientation. Basically, in class at Walmart Distribution Center. Hey, this is Walmart, this is what we do, this is what we offer. This is the point system, blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. January 31st was my first day of work, Saturday, 5 a.m. I'm weekend shift, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Okay, great. Come in Saturday, it's great. Sunday is great. Monday is great, blah, blah, blah. Learning, training. It's the same shit. Same shit as Dollar General. They're more automated, though. They're well ahead of Dollar General in terms of automation. Holy shit, dude. They got a machine that wraps a pallet for you. They got a machine. They actually have a device, a thing that will actually drop a pallet for you if you need a pallet. Like, yeah. So I don't know how that works exactly, like how they fill that, but I thought that was pretty cool. So fast forward to the next weekend, weekend 2. Now this is where it gets a little weird. Saturday work, Sunday work, Monday I come in. The guy who's training me, it's the second week he's training me, and I don't like the way he's like doing things, man. This shit ain't right, man. He's like talking a million miles a minute. And I don't know, man. I don't mean to be rude, but the guy's on something. I mean, this guy would not stop talking. And I'm not talking about just to me. I don't mind that. But this guy would not shut up. Always talking. Talking. Talk. Gotta hear himself talk. Gotta comment on everything. Okay, whatever. It's not the problem. The problem I have is the way he's talking to me about, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta remember this, you gotta remember this. And me, I get frustrated easy. So I go like, man, I'm done with this. I'm gonna go talk to the manager. I'm walking to the manager's office. He's about 10 feet behind me. He's on the radio. I know I don't know what he was saying, but I'm assuming he's saying, hey, man, this guy's causing problems, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But I'm assuming it was something along the lines of that, because by the time I get to the manager's office, guy comes out, and this is not my boss. This is the boss's boss. So he comes in, says, hey, man, you need to listen to this guy. This guy knows what he's doing. I was like, I don't doubt that, but I don't like the way he's talking to me, man. And I just would like to talk, and then he says, well, you need to listen to him. Stop causing issues. And then he refers to a time the previous weekend when I left at 8 hours. Now, the way it works is I'm on a 12-hour shift, but my first weekend I only have to work 8. My second weekend I only have to work 10. I can work 12, but I only have to work 8. Now, I decided to work 8 because I wasn't used to working 12 hours because I've been off work for a month. But for whatever reason, he referred that when I asked I wanted to leave early and clear my head. So while he's telling me that I need to listen to this guy, he refers to a time the previous weekend when I asked to leave at the 8-hour mark. Okay, what's wrong? I mean, even if it wasn't, even if I left early, there's nothing wrong with that. Come on. Give me a point, write me up or something. Don't just make me feel bad for that. So then he says some other stuff, and then I say, okay, well, can we talk over there? No, man, we can't. Or he didn't say no, but the thing was, too, he was basically talking to me while the guy that I was having a problem with was standing right there. All right. I got a problem with that because that's not, come on, man. I'm the new guy, and you guys are basically teaming up on me, whatever. So he didn't want to go talk in private, whatever. So he didn't want to do any of that. So then he says, well, how about we just let you go for the day? I say, okay. Well, at first he said that. Then I said, well, no, I'd like to stay. No, I got to do what's best for the business. I'm like, all right. Oh, well. Then I guess I'll go. And then he says, I don't say anything, but he says, all right, go home, clear your head, come back next weekend. We'll have a discussion about the expectations. And I said, okay, that's fine. Next weekend. That's totally cool. I'm cool with that. I think I asked again, I wouldn't mind staying. No, man, you got to go. Okay, cool. So at this time, it's about like, I don't know, 6:45, 6:50, maybe 7 o'clock. Maybe. So I leave, go home. I get home. I think I don't know if I checked my email or whatever. Then I lay down. And my phone rings at like 11 o'clock. Now, at the time, I thought, oh, it's probably Jen calling or someone calling. I don't want to answer. So I'm still sleeping. I wake up at like 1:10. And I notice, oh, Randall, the manager guy that I had, gave me the talking to. He called me. All right, cool. Tells me, call him at this extension. I immediately think I'm about to get fired. Well, my suspicion was true, so I called him and dialed the extension, and he says, hey, Tony. He said, hey, man, we decided we're going to go in a different direction. This is the end of the road, whatever, that sort of deal. And I'm like, damn, really? I said something. I forgot what exactly I said. And he's like, yeah, is there any questions you have before we move forward? And I'm like, no. So, just like that, I was fired. So, In the span of basically, I don't know, 5 weeks, fired from 2 jobs. I never got written up for anything. The expectation was 40% in terms of the work production. I did 80%. Um, you know, came dressed, all that stuff, prepared. But I guess I wasn't liked well enough. Well, I mean, if I was liked and you guys really liked me, but I didn't do any work, would I have a job? You know, if I didn't come in uniform and you liked me, but I didn't do any work, would I have a job? I mean, if I was well liked and I did the work, but I didn't come in uniform, would you? I I'm like, okay, well, I'm not, you know, I understand you don't like me, but honestly, you don't have to like me, bro. I'm not telling him this, but I'm telling this to myself. I'm like, brother, you don't have to like me. You can hate me for all I care. That's not why I'm there. Don't give me this crap that I'm causing issues because I'm not. I came to you because I want to tell you, well, this guy's getting down on me about training. Now, I'm not an idiot, but a part of me, probably about 5 years ago, would have popped him in his mouth. Not the manager, the dude training me. But I don't do that. But I went to go talk to a manager because I want to go talk to him. Because, hey, man, I'm not saying this, but this is basically the overall thing, the overall theme here. This dude's fucking with me, man. And I'm the thing was, since day one, and I don't care if people are against this, I'm not against it. I'm a transparent person. I said I struggle with anxiety and depression. I said I'm a good worker. I told him you won't regret hiring me, man. And that kind of pissed me off because so that happened February 9th. Did that happen 3 days ago? Dude, it's so weird. No way. That happened 3 days ago? No. Was it? That doesn't even feel like it. It's so weird. It doesn't even feel like it happened only 3 days ago. Feels like it happened like a week and a half ago. I don't know. So that was my Monday. So fast forward to God, that's so crazy. I only have it a couple days ago. So Tuesday or Monday night. Was it Monday night? Monday night, maybe? Monday night, apply for a job for UF golf course. What up, bro? Bro. All right, I'm going to restart the story. So, well, I'm not going to tell you the whole thing. I'm not going to bore you. But, so, I think I talked to you that since when I got fired from Dollar General, I told you about that. And I don't know if I told you, but like a week after that, I got a job offer from Walmart to work in their warehouse. I'm not sure if I told you that. And that was like January 2. And then they don't do their orientation, I think only twice a month. So basically, I had to wait till the end of the month to do the orientation. So I went all of January not working. But I had a job offer, so that's fine. So I go to Walmart 27th, 28th of January, do my orientation. Last week in January was my first weekend. I was working Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Basically, very similar to Dollar General schedule. Just instead of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So, I I worked the first weekend, and then the second weekend I had some issues and with the guy training me, and I didn't do anything wrong, but the guy, not my boss, but my boss's boss, he just didn't like me. Sent me home early because I had a problem with the guy training me. Told me to come back next weekend because it was the last day of the work week, and said, hey, come back next weekend with a clear head. We'll start fresh and we'll go over all the expectations. I said, that's fine. No problem there. But I went home, and that was a Monday, so I thought, okay, well, that Saturday I'll come back and we'll start scratch and we'll get it together. We'll figure it out. Saturday, or I go home Monday. It's like 7:40 in the morning. No, like 7 o'clock in the morning. And I get home. I don't know, get something to eat. I don't know what I do. End up going to sleep at like 8:30 in the morning. You know, I woke up at 3:30 for working, so I'm still kind of tired. So I go to sleep. Phone rings at 11. I ignore it. Didn't think much about it. Thought it was like Jen or somebody else calling, whatever. I wake up at 1, and I noticed the guy from Walmart called. And so, sorry, I texted Jen. So the guy from Walmart calls and left a voicemail. Say, hey, call me, hey, Tony, call me at this extension. I said, okay. So I call him. He said, hey, we're going to go in a different direction. This is the end of the road, and that sort of shit, like, hey, basically you're fired. And so I'm like, well, okay, man. And then he says, you have any questions before we move along with the process? And I'm like, no, not really. I mean, so I got fired again. So I'm like, fuck, dude. What the fuck is going on? I'm pissed. You fire me for nothing, man. I came to work, came prepared, dressed. The expectation was to do 40%. I did 80%. So what? You're firing me because I'm not liked? I'm not telling them this, but this is kind of what I'm talking to myself about. This just happened on Monday, 3 days ago. And I just told myself before you came on the stream, I was like, man, that's crazy. It happened on Monday. It doesn't even feel like that. These last 72 hours have been even fucking crazier. Listen to this shit. So this is where I was when you came into the stream. So Monday night, I'm defeated, no job. I'm like, fuck, what are we doing here? What's going to happen? And I go on this website. So, I live in Gainesville, and I live near UF, or that is Gainesville, and I decided to go on UAA website, which is the University Athletic Association, which is basically the company that's hired out through UF to handle everything athletics. And I was like, well, let me go on here and see if there's any jobs available. I haven't been on that site in like 7 years, but I just decided, what the fuck? See what's up. See what's available. Go on there, and there's 3 full-time openings for work on a UF golf course. And I'm like, holy shit. I wouldn't mind doing something like that. Apply for it. And then it's important to note, I want to say, I think I applied for a position. I think it was at the same time. There's another warehouse that just opened up called GNC Foods. And I applied for that. And I was like, all right, well, hopefully something happens. So that's Monday night. Tuesday comes around, and I get a phone call. So I get a phone call from UF golf course, and I'm shocked. I'm like, oh shit, call me back. Do a short phone interview, and then he says, how about, would you like to come in tomorrow, which would have been yesterday, Wednesday. I said, yeah, I'll come in. At that same time, I got wait, no, not yet. So, do a little phone interview. Now, yesterday was a crazy day. Now, listen to what happened yesterday. So, yesterday, I go meet this guy at the golf course, and I'm really excited for this job. This is not only something I want to do that has related to my degree. I don't have to drive 20 miles. It's literally like a mile away. And it pays good benefits. And I'm like, holy shit, this is nice. I like this. This is good. And so I'm so excited. Like, this is to me, this is not even work. This is like a dream job. So it's so excited. And then we have a great interview. And then he tells me, okay, I'm going to talk with some people and we'll let you know. I'm so fucking excited, but nervous at the same time. So I go home, go for a walk. While on my walk, I get a phone call from this warehouse, GNC Foods, which is right by Dollar General and Walmart. They're all in the same area. And so I'm walking, and this guy calls me, and I say, oh, hey, this is Dennis from GNC. Do you have a few minutes? I'm like, yeah. So now listen to this. So we're talking, and he said, yeah, I see you got a lot of experience at Dollar General. I'm like, yeah, I've been there for a little while. I was there for a little while. And then he says right after that, he's like, so what happened there? And before I could think of an excuse to say, I thought to myself, well, I just told him, I said, yeah, I got fired for being on my phone. I didn't have a bullshit excuse ready. But I realized later on today that actually was a good thing to do. And I'll explain why. So after I mentioned that, I told myself, I'm telling myself while I'm on the phone call with him, this conversation ain't gonna go much longer. You know, he's like, yeah, I appreciate the transparency. And I said, hey man, I messed up. You know, I don't know what else to say. You know, I regret it every day, which is partially true. And, you know, we keep talking, and then I tell him again, I said, you know, I just want you to know, man, that's not a reflection of who I am. You know, I messed up, but that doesn't mean that is what I'm about. You know, it's a mistake I made, and I regret it, but it's not a reflection, and it doesn't tarnish my legacy of everything I've done prior to that. And he said, oh, no, if I had a problem with it, I would have ended the phone call much earlier. Yeah, he got a point there. So we talked for about 20 minutes. He says, hey, how would you like to come in tomorrow morning for an interview? I said, oh, here I am thinking I'm going to get this UF golf job. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. So we set up an interview. So it's probably about... Yeah, baby. It's like 2 p.m. I'm feeling good. No. It's like 12:31. I'm feeling good. Once it hits about 1:32, I start getting nervous because I'm not hearing the phone call ring. I'm he said he was gonna call me yesterday. I'm getting nervous because I really want this job. I don't care about any other job. So yesterday I tried to game, I tried to play, I tried to get my mind off of it. I just couldn't because I was so stressed and worried. I wanted this golfing job. I wanted to work in sports. I don't want to work in a warehouse. I don't want to do anything else. I wanted to work in sports. So I get home and I can't even eat dinner. I'm so stressed out. So I end up I don't even think I ate dinner. I don't even think I couldn't even drink a soda. I mean, I was just so stressed. I couldn't even eat snack. All I wanted to know was, did I get this job? Either way, I wanted the job, but if I didn't get it, I want to know that I didn't get it. Don't leave me in limbo. So I slept like shit last night. Absolute shit. Kept waking up, having coughing. I couldn't sleep. I don't know. I had some weird ass dream. And so I wake up 9 o'clock, and I'm slacking, and I end up going in the shower or whatever, and I'm running late for my interview at the warehouse. Mind you, the guy at the golf course didn't call me back yet, so I'm like, all right, well, let's focus on this this warehouse interview, see where we go from there. And usually I'm early at these things, but I was on time, but that's late. I literally showed up right at 10:30. Luckily, that didn't even hurt me because on the email it said if I was late, I had to reschedule. But it's my stepmom calling. 1 second. Hello?
Hi, Cody.
Hey, Julie.
How you doing?
Well, it's been an eventful um,
Yeah,
5 weeks and an even more eventful 3 days,
new
4 days.
job.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, good.
yep. I, as you know, I stopped working at Dollar General, and then I got the job at Walmart, and then
Walmart. Yeah.
that worked for about 2 weeks or 10 days, however you want to look at it, and then it's crazy. It doesn't even feel like it because so much has happened in the last 3 days, but that happened on Monday morning, Monday afternoon, and I applied for the UF job, and then I also applied for this other warehouse job, and then that was on Monday night. Tuesday, the guy at UF called. They do, they when they call, they usually do like a pre-interview on the phone, just kind of talk to you. Then they say, "Hey, how about you come in the next day, and we'll have basically talk a little more." They don't really use the interview. Where just kind of come in and probably want to see what I look like, have an interview, and so that was Tuesday. So yesterday I went to talk, and then so this is where it gets weird. So I went to this interview, talked to him, and then I went back home, and I went to go walk around UF campus. And while I was doing that, I got a call from warehouse, the job that I kind of didn't want, but obviously I applied for it because I didn't know I was going to get the UF job. So talked with him, and um, he called me, and first thing he says is, "Hey, do you have time to talk?" Yeah, and then I tell him, "Hey, well, he says, I see you got a lot of experience at Dollar General," and he says, "What happened with you there?" And I haven't really had the haven't been in the predicament where someone asked me really what happened at Dollar General. Do you be totally honest, whatever. I didn't have an answer, and I felt like if I pause any longer, it's going to look suspicious. So I told him I got fired for being on my phone. And lo and behold, I told myself after I said that, this conversation's not going to last much longer.
Uh-huh.
But to my surprise, it did. It sounded like he was just shocked that I was honest. Probably more so shocked that I was honest as opposed to being, and obviously I followed it up with, it's not a reflection of who I am. And we kept talking. Here I am walking through UF campus on the phone. I got my earbuds in my ear. We're talking. I'm talking to him through my earbuds, and I mentioned to him again. I was like, I just want you to know that's not who I am. I messed up, and I think I really phrased it right because he says, "Oh no, if it bothered me, I probably wouldn't have I would have ended the conversation a while ago." I was like, "Oh."
Oh,
So
okay.
that was nice. So we talked for about 20 minutes, asked me questions about the warehouse. It was a cold
Uh-huh.
storage warehouse, like where they do the job is actually to export like beef, poultry, and meat to different countries.
Uh-huh.
Because I guess
Okay.
different countries like what we consider maybe a staple in our home, different countries uh, look at like beef and poultry and different meats as more of I guess a glamorous, more exotic, if you will.
Like a luxury or
Yeah,
something?
like Dominican Republic and Haiti and Bahamas and some of these different countries, and so exporting meat. So, anyways, we're talking, and then he says, "Hey, how would you like to come in tomorrow for an interview?" And so this was yesterday, and I said, "Okay." Now that phone call ended, and I'm still walking around UF campus. It's like 1 o'clock, and obviously, I'm waiting for this guy from UF to call. Because not only is this a job that I've been wanting for 15 years in the making, a full time job in college sports, it's literally a 4 minute drive. I no longer have to drive 20 minutes. And it's not only a dream job, close by, something I want to do. It's just different than your typical job. So he said he's going to call me back. And it becomes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And I was just telling my stream, I'm streaming now. I was just telling him, I was like, I couldn't even eat. I was so stressed out. I couldn't eat snacks. I couldn't drink. I just really wanted to go to bed and wanted tomorrow to happen because what I plan to do today is text him later on if he didn't call me and say, hey, Paul, I was wondering if you thought about, because he texted me the location where to meet, so I know it was okay to be okay to test him. So, but here's what happened with that. So last night was probably the worst night, the most stressed I've ever come across because I want this guy to call back. But I got this interview at the warehouse, which is okay,
Right.
but I don't want to do warehouse work.
I want that, or should I wait for the
Well, I just don't want to do warehouse work anymore, but because the UF isn't in the bad yet, I might as well just go to this interview. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I figured
Right.
the phone issue isn't an issue at all because he probably wouldn't have asked me to come in for an in-person interview if it was a too big of an issue. So he just said, again, hey, let's come in and talk. So wake up at 9 o'clock and I'm running late and I'm like, okay, just hope this guy from UF calls. Put my phone on silent, get to the warehouse, and I get there at 10:30 and I end up being there for 2 hours, and it's good because I have an interview with I interviewed with the guy that I talked on the phone with. Then I had another interview. Then they take me into the cold. It's a warehouse, very small warehouse, but it's a refrigerated warehouse. So it's not freezer. They have a freezer section, but it's refrigerated. So you wear jackets. You wear hot hands. It's a little. It's cool.
switch the handset, so if it hangs up, I didn't hang up on you.
It's okay. So I'm like, okay. So I'm in there, and here I am in
Okay.
nice dress shoes, slats, button up. I had no idea that actually I was then going to do a fitness test. So I have this, I'm talking to this guy, talk to another guy who's a worker, and he says, hey, we're going to do a fitness test. I guess just to make sure that I can lift these 60-pound cases and transfer them from one pallet to another, which working at Dollar General, I mean, other than being in suit and being in a nice interview apparel and not working for a month, I had no issue doing that. But obviously, they want to see if I can do that. Everybody puts on the application they can lift 50 pounds, but can they really? So I'm like, okay, well, this is going good. Then I go and then I talk to the guy who's the head of the warehouse. So I'm like, And I actually am really interested in this job, but obviously in the back of my mind, UF. That's really all I care about. But obviously I'm not telling them that. Going through the motions. The whole interview was like 2 hours. So I've talked to myself. As I was leaving, I was like, well, they must have not cared about the phone thing because they probably wouldn't have been, spent 2 hours talking to 3 different people, going through the warehouse, telling me all these benefits of the job and all this stuff. And, they didn't tell me I got it. They didn't offer it to me, but, it looked pretty good. So anyways, as I'm leaving, I hop on the highway. Jen calls me. And I said, Jen, I'm going to text this guy, Paul, the guy from UF. And I say, hey, I'm going to just test him, see. Maybe he forgot to call me, whatever. I text him. I'm going to call Jen back and tell her. 10 minutes later, my phone rings and he calls me. He says, hey, Tony, what's up? What's up? He says, hey, sorry, we got a big golf tournament coming up. Sorry I didn't get back with you. And I mean, I'm literally sweating bullets because I'm like, either he's going to tell me we went in a different direction, or I have no clue. And he's like, yeah, I talked with some people, and when he said we would like to offer you the job, sorry, it's emotional.
I know you've been waiting a long time.
God, just talking to you, it hit me earlier, but it hit me again because I didn't scream and yell at that time. I was so excited, and then he told me HR is going to get in touch with you. You start next week, and I knew what I was just. It was just so. It was. I don't even think it hit me right then, but when I called Jen back, I started screaming. I was so happy. I started remembering when I went to these career fairs and knowing that I didn't even have the experience for those jobs, but just going there and I just helped, I don't know, and doing all those unpaid internships. And then I started to remember when, when they let me go, well, not let me go, but when my time at the student ticket office at UF, which was good for experience, but the pay was terrible. It was like 12 hours, 14 hours a week, minimum wage, whatever. When that ended, I knew I had to get some job, and I knew nothing sports was up there. So that's when I actually took the job at the gas station at Home Depot. I did that for a year, and then obviously I finagled my way into Dollar General Warehouse. And you know,
Yeah.
2017, 2018 was probably the last time that I actually thought that I would ever do a job in sports. I thought, because I just got tied up when 2019 and 2020, 21, COVID, all that. I just was like, I was making good money. I liked it, working at the warehouse, but I just every now and then I told myself, would I ever get a job where I can use my degree? Would I ever get a job where I can work in sports? Because to me, it's not a job. It's different than everything else. This is something I've been wanting for so long. I remember when I sent my resume to this warehouse and even to Walmart. On the very bottom of my resume, it says Bachelor of Applied Arts, Sports Management, 2011. Now, that's 15 years. Now, granted, I didn't put as much. I didn't when I was at Dollar General. I didn't really look up jobs every month, every week. I just told myself I was like, I just was rolling with Dollar General, and then I guess when I was on vacation, I took vacation, every year for about a week. I just thought to myself, every now and then I would look, but I wasn't doing it as diligently just because living in Gainesville, the only thing really that's here is UF, and the few times I looked, there was nothing ever available, so I almost gave up because it was like the reason I stayed here was because of Jen. If it wasn't for Jen, I would have probably at one point, maybe in 21, 22, cut my lease, maybe go to Orlando or, go somewhere else. But I wanted to kind of stay with Jen, but because she works for the state, she has a son, she can't necessarily just pick up and move. So my options are UF or bust. That's kind of what it is. That's just what it is. So I really appreciate you calling me because it's really but anyways, when he called me and he said that, I called Jen, then I told Jen I got to text my dad, and then I got home from that interview at the warehouse today, and I called my mom. I went for a walk. I called my mom. I told her, and then Dad finally called. I texted him again. He finally called, and I texted you on the group chat, and so I was just so, um, it kind of hit me. Then it didn't hit me, and then just talking to you again, it hit me, and so, um,
Yeah.
I'm just really, I don't know. I think it really hasn't hit me totally because it's just so exciting, but I'm sorry. I love you. I'm just so glad.
Glad you got that job.
The last 7 weeks have been just totally, from December 27th to today, have just been totally bonkers. I went from just, December 26th, 25th, 24th, and every time before then, I thought I planned on staying at Dollar General, and then obviously, one domino fell, and then I thought, okay, well, I got some Walmart, and then now that fell, and then it's just like, and it's just crazy how it is, because I'm honestly, it sounds crazy, and I'm not just saying that to soften the blow, but I guarantee if I would have stayed at Dollar General, I mean, exactly, I mean, I would have never even applied, and honestly, actually, it's probably good, honestly, that when I got the job at Walmart, that I got let go, because honestly, if I would have got established there, I mean, I had all my bookmarks of jobs and stuff I deleted as soon as I got hired at Walmart, because as soon as Dollar General let me go, I literally had to go into my files on my computer, find my resume, because I didn't have those. I'd never used, I didn't have no need for any of that for the last 7 years, so I had to find that, cover letters, make sure I spent about 3 hours making sure my references were updated, making sure format, PDF, making sure I had everything in a folder so when I attach my resume and references, I can, I know where they are on my desktop because I got multiple formats, some updated, make sure I'm doing the updated version of each, make sure,
Each one has my full name. Some say Tony, some say Anthony, but some of them have my old addresses too. So I had to make sure it had my current address and not the previous. Or I even had one version of my resume that had my Miami address. You know, I had to make sure. So, but if it wasn't for Walmart, let me go. Not finding it to be a good fit, and that's something else I'll explain to you another day. But that was a weird thing because I didn't even do anything wrong. They just honestly didn't like me because I didn't last, but you know, like a week and a half. But if it wasn't for that, I would have never. This Monday, if he would have never called and done that, I would have never thought to just go on the UAA website. What's crazy is the UAA website. So University Athletic Association is the company that's contracted out through UF to handle everything UF athletics. Employment, marketing, tickets, they do everything. They do everything. So like, for instance, like I work for UAA. UF has, like, for instance, like a good example is a facility groundskeeper. That person may do work on the golf course. They work for UF, but they don't work for the athletic department. They may work on something that the athletic teams use, but they don't work for the athletic department, if that makes sense. So it's, working for UAA, what I'm doing is you work directly with the athletic department. So you work with UF. UF has positions that they hire directly that work alongside with what I'm doing. Like, for instance, they have a grounds crew and facility maintenance, and they do stuff for the UF property, UF, the property of UF and the ground, but they don't work for the athletic department. So, I don't think I looked on that website in God knows how long. So when I did and I saw that position open, I was just so excited. So, but yeah, so here I am. Human Resources is going to email me tonight or tomorrow, and then tomorrow, Monday, everything's done electronic. So I just kind of, I'm sure, send them, whatever, my stuff. Everything's done over the computer, and then I got my boss's number if I have a question, text. But should start next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, Thursday. So basically working on the golf course and maintaining that golf course. So everything you can think of to make a golf course look nice. And, we all know that, golf courses, it's pristine. That's the word my mom used, which, they got the greens, they got the fairways. So making sure, there's no trash, blowing the leaves, making sure the bushes and stuff are trimmed, because they got to meet I forgot what the governing body is, but the collegiate, oh yeah, got to make sure that the bushes, because I guess the governing body for collegiate golf, because it's for the Division I collegiate golf, every golf course has to meet standards. If there's a bush here, if there's a tree, that's supposed to be there. That tree. They know that tree's supposed to be there. It's considered an obstruction, but when golfers golf, they have to. Certain obstructions are meant to be there. There's meant to be a body of water here. There's meant to be a bush here. There's meant to be, a big tree in this corner. So if the golfer hits it too far, then he's got to work his way out of that area. And so, basically maintaining it, making it look nice. And it's funny because the guy, as he was explaining the job to me, he was saying, yeah, you might lift something that's like 40 pounds, but it's maybe like once every other day. It's crazy because, working at the warehouse, and then when he had to mention to me that I might lift something that's 40 pounds once a week, that was almost like, a flick of the ear. It's like, that is nothing for me to worry about. You don't have to worry about that. I'm used to being at the warehouse. I was lifting, cases of antifreeze and bleach, 20 times an hour. You have nothing to worry. It was just funny because, at all these jobs, they want to make sure, because some people aren't used to doing those jobs and they can't lift anything like that at all. So I just kind of laughed inside when he told me, you might oh yeah, that too. And then we're lifting up the when they mow, they got the big bads on the mowers. I didn't see their mowers, but I do know that they have the bads on the mowers. So like, you know, when we mow, we just let the trimmings kind of hang out there. Well, sometimes people bad, but they got those industrial mowers with the big bads, and you know, might have to lift that and might. But it's like, you know, lifting that once a week, even once a day, even once an hour. That's a fraction of the lifting that you know I had to do. So I'm definitely. Yeah, that's another thing. He actually told me, and I forgot, but he told me like the the putting green. I think it. No, not the putting green, but the you know how it's like you got the green and then it gets shorter, and then it gets shorter, and then yeah, and he told me like it's yeah where the hole is, it's the shortest, but then there's a little bit outside of that where it's a little longer and a little bit outside of, and he told me like it's down to like the inch, like the I forgot what he said, like fourth of an inch, or forgot the number, but like it's yeah, each setting like it's meticulous, and so it's yeah, and you know making sure like right now they have one of the reasons he didn't get back to me yesterday is because they have a big golf tournament this weekend, and you know they got like 12 colleges coming in, you know, kind of like an invitational thing, and so you know, and they coming in, and so they got to yeah that yeah, and I'm gonna learn everything like you know working at Home Depot, working at the gas station, working at the warehouse, we're doing all this extra stuff. You know, this is something honestly I don't even consider work. I treat it like work. You know, it's like my profession, but this is not, I just know I'll love it, but it's just every day going into work is it's just gonna view differently. Like I like working at Dollar General, but a lot of it was a monetary incentive. You know, I know I'm working overtime, I'm making good money, I like what I do, but you know, let's not kid ourselves here. You know, the money's one of the reasons. It's a good workout. You know, one of the things that got me tipped me at Dollar General is I told myself I get paid to work out. That's basically what essentially it was. But the downside was there was a lot of downsides to it. Like no matter how much lotion, gloves, I get these like little you know how you have your fingernail, and then on the side of your fingernail, I would get those little opening cuts, and I learned over time cardboard material takes skin off. But what's weird is you picked it up with your fingertips, but for some reason that area on your fingernails that is on the side, so when you look at your fingernail left and right, that part it gets damaged, and what ends up happening is it's the smallest hole. When you look at it from a distance or up close, it may not look like it hurts. It doesn't look like it hurts. But when I tell you the nerve and sensitivity is insane, and what makes it hurt, it only hurts for a day too. That's what's crazy. It will callus over in a day. It calluses over really quickly. But what ends up happening is, for that day, there would be times I couldn't even type on my keyboard. There would be times I shower and I had to shower when I lather up my scalp, had to use my fist, because if I didn't, a sliver of hair would get in there, and when I tell you it was the most sensitive, it was just terrible. And see, people say wear gloves. I tried about 8 different types of gloves. Everything, and no matter what, they protect you, but there's always a sacrifice being made, whether it's comfort, whether it's speed. Can you pick these cases? Whether, okay, I can pick these cases, but can I get this label off, these labels off in a fast enough way? Because these labels are meant to be picked with your hands. They're like the same material of a sticky stamp, you know. And when you got some bulky ass glove, you can't. It's very hard to get that label off, and you know, keeping it firm and straight, and then being able to, you know, put it on a case. Now, if I was going slow, it wouldn't be an issue. But this is when I got a headset on and I have to pick a certain number of cases each hour, and I'm jumping off and on, and some cases are 50 pounds, some are 2 pounds, some have to go in this rotainer, some have to go in this rotainer. And when you're doing it where speed is a factor, hard to do. So, you know, I like the job, but it you know, and then, you know, I worked second shift for 5 years, and then I went to weekend shift, which was nice, 3 days a week. But you know, working, you know, waking up at 3:30 because, you know, it's 20 minutes away, but you know, I want to wake up, you know, get dressed, everything, get to work early. So, you know, waking up at 3:30 and going to bed at 10 and doing that 3 days, it's not doesn't sound too bad, but you know, just to when those were 12-hour shifts, when you're doing that, there is no work, there is no energy or time to do anything after work at 5:30. My shift was 5 a.m. to 5:30. You know, in terms of when you look at it from, you know, from a 3 day perspective, oh wow, you only go to work 3 days a week. But yeah, but you know, mind you, I don't do anything else those 3 days. So unless I take time off, weekends don't exist in my life. Now, in terms of traveling, it's great. You only have to travel to work 3 times. But again, you know, you're working 12 hours. Those, and then, you know, when you work the overtime, it starts to add up. Okay, so you work overtime Monday and Tuesday, and those are only 10 hours. But then, you know, when you start to look at it from a distance, it's like, okay, so you have what, Wednesday, Thursday off, and just because you have Wednesday, Thursday off and you're not working, you may not have the energy to do anything. You know, see what I'm saying? So it gets to a point where, you know, I am glad I'm back on a 5 day, you know, 7 to 3:30, Monday through Thursday.
Wow.
And then Fridays I work 6 to 12. And then every other weekend I work 4 hours Saturday, 4 hours Sunday. I can choose to, if it's my weekend to work, I can choose to take a flex day, meaning I can, so Saturday, pay period starts Saturday, ends Friday. So say I work Saturday, Sunday, the upcoming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I can elect to take one of those days off. So I won't get overtime, get an extra day off, and I still get my 40 hours, which is nice. But obviously, if I'm on overtime, I work the weekend, work the rest of the days, and then, you know, which I'll probably do. And then the following weekend, optional. I come in if I want, don't have to come in. And, you know, the 5 days, that isn't really bad because I did work that when I first started at Dollar General. But that's certainly not an issue when you only live 1.4 miles away from your job, you know, because that's where I live. You know, I'm only not even a mile and a half from my job. So, yeah, exactly. And if for whatever reason, if car issue, get on a bike, take a bus, take Uber. You know, it's just the obstacles and the hoops you have to jump through when your travel time is 20 minutes one way, and you know, yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, most definitely. And then it's just like, you know, it's just, you know, there's so many things that you may not think of, you know. You know, the 5 days is nothing. I love that because now, when initially, you know, when I started at Dollar General, it was 5 days, and it went to 4 days, and then initially I went to then the weekend shift is 3 days, and you know, people like that 4 day work week, 3 day work week, but I'm glad to be on a work schedule where now I can get off work at 3:30 and do stuff because with Dollar General working at a warehouse, whether I was on 4 days, 5 days, when I was working, there was no doing anything those days. I was either too tired. The only thing I did was go to the bathroom, eat, shower. That's it. Maybe play my game. There's no going, picking up Chase, Jen's son. I was just too tired to do any of that. There was no going out to eat. I just had no energy to do any of that. But now, not only do I work less hours, but I have a job that I love, and definitely a job that's a lot less tear up my body. So now when I get off at 3:30, I can go pick up her son. I can go meet her for lunch. I can like she's put it. She's been wanting me to get on a regular schedule for so long, and for so long I didn't really want it. And I said I like my 3 days. I like it. But now I'm convinced that, you know, I'm glad I'm on a more just a regular schedule. It's I think it was nice to work the 3 days, but I think you know, and obviously if I was on 5 days and I was traveling all the way to Alachua, which is where Dollar General is and Walmart, that you know, that's a little different. But when you live in the same town, you know, this is basically less travel distance that Dad traveled to General Motors. You know, it's less than that. Most it's maybe about, yeah, less or about the same, but probably less. So just to give you an idea, you know, and so it's like, you know, no highway. So it's like I'm just really glad to be, you know, not only have a job I like, but a job that I can get off work and be able to basically my work day can be a regular day. You know, I don't have to totally, um, you know, assign a work day and not do nothing else. You know, I'm able to work and I can still do other things. So I'm just excited, and you know, it's crazy because I told Dad, like, when if that warehouse calls and they call me tomorrow, I'll say, you know, I'll answer. I'll say, hey, I love meeting with you guys, but unfortunately, I took another opportunity. But anyways, I'm really glad you called. Really good benefits. They do really good benefits. Start accruing vacation and sick time immediately. My boss told me he's been with them for 11 years, and I think he told me he has enough time to take 3-4 months off paid each year. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good, and I think that he highlighted that. Yeah, you know, it's not the greatest pay, but the benefits are really good. You get discounts on athletic events. There's a lot of small perks. He's like, they treat their employees really well, and just to be clear, and I told my buddy this, you know, at first he thought it was working directly for UF. It's not a state job, so it's working for UAA, but the benefits are really good. And one thing about sports jobs, and something I realized really quickly, is it's the type of field where people don't leave those jobs often. If they leave, they retire. There's not a lot of turnover. Because when you think about it, if you think the people who like sports, enjoy sports, and then you have a job where you make a living being involved in sports. I say watch sports. Now these people just don't sit and watch sports, but when you think of a broadcaster, I mean, let's be real here. Yeah, there's some element of work there, but come on. That's like that there's a bigger element of fun there, you know. Think of somebody who does the marketing or tickets. Yeah, there's some work there, but if you're a sports fan, to you it's a fun thing. You know, you want to do that. You know, it's not like, oh, I gotta go to work today, you know. So the turnover doesn't happen often. Like the guy who heads the UF athletic department, his name is Scott Strickland. The guy behind, right under him, I guess he's been with I don't know if he's been with UF, but no, I think he has. He's been with UF for like 37 years. I think he's about to retire, but the thing is, or been with the University of Florida athletic department, so UAA, 37 years, and it's just the people don't leave those. You know, there's not high turnover. If ever there's an opening, it's either someone retired or someone went somewhere else to another school. You know, it's literally the opposite of the warehouse, because the warehouse work. I mean, the turnover is like 300%. They go through people. You know, people. I think people see how much you get paid, and when they see $23, $24, $25 an hour, they think, oh man, that sounds great. But then they realize that, oh man, I can't. You know, it's not like standing around a kiosk, and it's not like, you know, you actually have to lift, and sometimes you actually have to lift at not a fast pace, but you can't just kind of stand around and finagle and do whatever you want when you want. You know, you got a headset telling you what to do. You got to get these cases on on this pallet or in this rotator and get them to this shipping lane. And so, yeah, the turnovers, you know, it's just literally the opposite it's just so high, the amount of people that would come in and, yeah, and like my boss at Dollar General would tell me that there'd be people coming from like Chewy, you know, the company that sells the pet food, and some of those other warehouses like Target You know, where when you think about it, you know, the stuff is heavy, but maybe not as heavy as like a Dollar General, and certainly not as heavy as like a Cisco or GNC, where you're lifting like cases of dressing, cases of, you know, bulk. Think of bulk orders from a restaurant, whether it's meat, bread, cheese. Those things can be heavy, 40, 50, 60-pound boxes. But my boss told me that one time he was interviewing somebody, and this girl said, "Yeah, I left Chewy because just the boxes were too heavy." You know, and regardless of how heavy the boxes were, I've learned from managers at Dollar General that if ever someone comes in for an interview and that's one of the first things they say, they're not going to last long. They just, you know, I think some people look at warehouse work. If you Google warehouse work, some of the images that pop up are like, you know, you're in a station at an Amazon warehouse and you're putting like earbuds in a box, you know, which is, you know, there is some type of warehouse work that involves that. You know, you're putting, you know, everything Amazon ships out, headphones, you know. But I like to put it like this: the difference between Dollar General used to tell people, when you're at Dollar General, you're shopping. Think of it like shopping. But the big difference is, you're not shopping for customers, you're shopping for stores. So instead of picking up one toothbrush, you're picking up a case of toothbrushes. Instead of picking up one thing of salad dressing, you're picking up a case of 6. Instead of picking up one thing of antifreeze, you're picking up a 50-pound case of 6 of them. You know, see what I'm saying? And so I think people, when they would get hired, they would think, oh, it's just shopping, you know. I mean, you know, Walmart, Instacart, yeah, well, those people do shop for customers and they're shopping, and technically you're shopping at Dollar General warehouse, but you're shopping for the stores. So, yeah, you're not, you know, I mean, they have a department that does the, you know, that instead of picking a full case, they pick parts of cases, you know, instead of sending the whole toothbrushes, they pick one toothbrush or two and put them in a tote. If you ever been into a Dollar General, you know, they have all those gray totes, and those totes have anything you can think of that can fit in there, that they order per selling unit, as opposed to order the whole case. Instead of getting the whole case of crackers, they get maybe just one box. Instead of get the whole case of, you know, vitamins, they, you know, just get like 2 or individually as they need them. So, but yeah, I'm just really I'm excited. I just want to say I love you and I miss you. I think too, my mental health. I really do think that my mental health is going to take a huge turn, because working at the warehouse again, I liked it, but I do feel like, oh, this is something else I wanted to tell you. I knew that I needed to get out of the warehouse when I told you I wear gloves and lotion, and I was just, not major issues, but little things like my leg would swell up, just little stuff that wasn't major, but just stuff that was starting to become a pain, finger blisters, just like little things that were just, you know, things I couldn't avoid from working at the warehouse that just come with the job. And I went to the doctors, and I forgot why I went to the doctors initially, but I asked them, I said, you know, is there any way to prevent this stuff from my fingers and, you know, blisters, you know, because as soon as I started having these blisters, they heal quickly, but they happen quicker. You know, as soon as you start to have them, they just kind of, your skin's weaker, so it's going to heal, but you're going to get them quicker. So I may not pick for 2 weeks so I don't have them, but if I pick for one day, they're going to happen. So I was at the doctor's and I said, is there any way to prevent some of this stuff? Like my one leg one ankle seems swollen, and he literally told me that that you need to find another line of work. That's literally what he said. And I said, I was hoping, yeah, I was hoping he'd say, well, hey, we try this lotion, try this, but when he said that, what? Yeah, it was funny because I told my manager, one of my supervisors at Dollar General, that, and you know, her response was like, yeah, basically don't listen to him. She didn't say that, but you could tell she kind of scuffed at it, because it was like, That's basically saying, you shouldn't be working here. Now, I'll say this, even though I lost my job at Dollar General, well, I got Employee of the Month twice. I mean, I busted my ass there. I was a good worker. I mean, despite me losing my job, I really worked hard there. I don't know if it was my anxiety. I don't know what it was that made me just go 110%, but I did things that nobody else would do. I would go up and clean their merge, which is the belt that go across the whole building. Nasty up there, oily, just nasty stuff would spill, and nobody would ever clean it because nobody ever goes up there. And they say, hey, have Tony do it. Pallet busted with all these busted cases of shampoo. True story. Hey, have Tony restack them. I like doing that random stuff. It was nice. It was, they didn't. When you do stuff like that, there's really no expectations because nobody's doing it anyways. They just want somebody to get it done. So there's no pressure in terms of expectations. It's just like we need somebody to get it done who won't bitch and moan about it and just do it. Tony will do it, and it was nice because it was different. In a warehouse, everything's routine. You're doing very similar. Every job is very similar day to day, but warehouse you're doing very similar stuff every day, and so people look at it as boring, mundane. So when you do different stuff, even if you don't like it, it kind of adds a little spice or flavor to the day. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't want to do it, but it's different than the same old you've been doing for the last 3 weeks. So, and it was nice, and so I had a really good reputation there. When I texted the senior director of Dollar General the day I got walked out at Dollar General. I texted him. I said, hey, I have a good relationship with him. His name's Pete Torres. I said, hey man, I just got fired. Or I just got let go. He says, first text he sent me back a minute later. I'll let you know when you can get rehired. And the funny thing about that is, he knew I was a hard worker. He knew I was a good worker. He knew I didn't do anything crazy or, to not be able to be rehired. But it was just funny because he knew how much I loved Dollar General. He knew what I meant to them, and he responded that way because he knew, I thought it was funny, as opposed to, well, it's nice knowing you, hey, appreciate all your hard work, but it was like, hey, when you can be rehired, it was like, and for a little bit, it was like, that was kind of the way I kind of wanted to do things, just kind of let things play out, but yeah, so I'm just overjoyed right now. I'm like really excited. I kind of don't know kind of mixed feelings. So, but well, how's everything with you? You still at the school? How's Joey and Eric doing? What, you retire? You are? What are you doing? You still doing the nurse stuff? Doing nurse? Are you still at the same school you were? What I forgot what I was reading, but something popped up on my feed. I don't know if it was on Facebook or Google. But the last Mongolian barbecue. And I didn't know this. Mongolian barbecue is a Michigan business. I don't know if you knew that. I guess it's based in Michigan or from Michigan. But I saw it and it said the last Mongolian barbecue location closed. And when I read that, I think it was in like Canton, Michigan or whatever. But when I read that, I remembered that we had one in Flint. And I'm sure that probably closed a long time ago, right? Yeah. They still got like the Target and the Chuck E. Cheese. Is that still there? Oh damn! Is the Target still there? All those stores next to Target still there? Or they're probably different now, though, right? Oh really? They had a Oh yeah, Oh okay, like a kind of like a hangout type deal. So, is it one of those where you can like wear like a vest and you can bounce around and you can stick to the wall? Any of that? So it's kind of like a Discovery Zone on steroids, basically. So someone else was telling me, I seen someone on Facebook post that the Genesee Valley that's still standing, but it's like deserted. It's been deserted for a while, right? Still open though? Oh really? What about they were saying Cortland Center. Is that mall still open? Mall still open? They still got the theater in there? Oh. That was a cheap theater. That was the Do they have the theater by the mall, Genesee Valley? Oh yeah. Oh shit. Is that deal? Wasn't it? And there was a car dealership right across from it, right? Car deal, and then they had. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Is the Walmart still there? Walmart. Dunham's still there. Dunham. What was it? Dunham? Didn't. Okay, so there was Walmart. It wasn't there a gas. Is there? Isn't there a gas station right at the Walmart in the Walmart parking lot still? Okay. Cause so it's Walmart, Sam's gas station. What else is there? Is that it? Okay. That is okay. Now you got me asking questions. Is it Schlossie's Deli still there? No. Oh, that's been there for a while because I think that was there last time I was visiting. Right? That's kind of been there for a while, right? Now that police station shut down there, right? That's no longer that small one that was right there. Remember that one that was there, right across from Schlossie's Deli? That's there. Okay. So they had that. Okay, yep, I remember that. And then that McDonald's is still there too. Going down, you got the McDonald's, and then you had what wasn't that what was in that? Was it a Hobby Lobby or what was? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then that what was it? Uh, Oh, really?
Yeah, went back home.
They had a. Did they have a pizza place in there too?
There's an Indian food place in there.
Indian food. Yeah, because that's the one we're talking about. The one right next to the McDonald's, right? Right next to the McDonald's. We're talking about the one right next to McDonald's, right by Riders Hobby, all that in there.
Yeah.
Trying to think what else.
Um,
God, what else do they have in there?
what's it called? Stuff.
Tropical smoothie.
Yep.
Oh man, I love that. I love that. You guys. So okay, so I read that. That's no longer a Fazoli's down there, right? By the that used to be.
Freaking unbelievable burgers.
Oh, okay. Because I read that Fazoli's was making a comeback, and I was like, oh, okay. Um, hey, is the Fuddrucker still open? By the dentist?
No,
No.
it's closed
Man, is Miller Road? So Miller Road. It.
now. We have a Chick-fil-A
You got Chick Fil A? Where at?
right there on that Austin Parkway in Miller Road.
Where?
The road the dentist is on is Austin Parkway.
Yeah.
Right there at the corner. The
Cottage Inn.
no, that's next door. The not In and Out Burger. It was oh god,
Right next to. Right next to where? Right next to the dentist.
next to Nova's Fuddruckers. Right there at
The San Pablo.
the corner of Austin Parkway and Miller Road. Applebee's is across the road in the Speedway, but
The Turner was the Cottage Inn, right?
Sonic. It used to be Sonic.
Hmm.
Now it's Chick-fil-A.
Because see, crazy. I don't know if you knew this, but for the longest, the only Chick Fil A in Michigan was in Oakland University.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just didn't know there was one there.
Yeah.
I thought it was like down south.
Yeah. I didn't know either, and that was like something I learned like real quick. And obviously, we have obviously been around here. Um.
I mean, there's sometimes
Oh yeah.
they make food through, but all of them are nice.
Oh yeah. They literally have a Chick Fil A where I live, and it's got the double drive through and everything. Always got lines. Always got two lines. They got a whole their drive through operation is crazy. They got people standing out, and the way they do it is like it's different than any company. They got tablets, and whatever they put on the tablet, they can the people cooking can cook right away. But no joke, they have a full service Chick Fil A literally right across the street. They have a drive through only Chick Fil A. Now there's no difference between them, but it's literally. Then the thing was they rebuilt. So they had a Chick Fil A, but the way they had it set up was the drive through would become so long that people would have to wait in the road. It was one of those type of drive throughs. So like the line would become so long that the line would actually be in the road. You know how sometimes
Yeah.
so they had to redo it, and so they redid it. Or no, they redid it and made it a drive-through only, and then they opened a full-service one right across the street. But I don't think. I mean, obviously around here it's like we have these Publix stores, and we'll have a Publix shopping center, and literally like 1,000 feet there'll be another one. But in terms of fast food, I don't think I've ever seen. It's not a different Chick Fil A either. It's just basically kind of like we're so busy at this Chick Fil A, so we're gonna make it drive-through only. And it's like it's crazy. But yeah, you're right. Here, Chick Fil A and Publix. I mean, I don't think I've ever ran into anybody. It's almost like they don't have like negative emotion. Like it's always a good experience. Like whatever they do, they're able to hide whatever they got going on in their life. Because just like anybody else in this world, they're going through stuff, but they're always so the kindest people. I mean, it's crazy.
Then
They still got the Red Robin. You still got Red Robin?
yep.
Yeah. See, the one I have by here closed, and so I know I miss Red Robin. Like we got one in Ocala, which is about 20 minutes away. So the Red Robin. I'm trying to think. I wanted to ask something else. So along that strip, you still have the. Let's see. You had the McDonald's. On across from the old Kmart. What's where the Kmart used to be? Where people. Oh, I see. Like a full service U-Haul, like has all the trucks you can get. Lennon and Miller. What's Lennon and Miller? What's that corner? Lennon, Lennon and Miller. Lennon Miller. Is that where the wait? Is that where the old kind of right by where the old Toys R Us used to be? No, that's Miller and Corona. No, that's Miller and Linden. I think right. Lennon. Where's Miller and Lennon? What's Miller and Lennon? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to picture. If I'm on Miller Road, if I'm on Miller Road, do I go if I'm on Miller, do I go towards Ballinger? Or if I'm at okay. So I go past Linden. So if I'm on Miller Road, I remember. Okay, Best Buy. Okay, if Be- so if Best Buy is on my right, I would keep going. Or okay, but Best Buy would be on my right though. Pizza, Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut was. Oh yeah. Oh okay. Oh I know. Oh yeah. It's right there. And then they had the They had like a place to get your hair cut back there. I mean that was a long time ago. But oh yeah. What was back there? They had. I think a T-shirt business maybe. Place to meet T-shirt. Hmm. Yeah, they had the Pizza Hut there. That was like the cornerstone, and then they had that little yeah. I never even, you know, as long as I lived in Flint, I don't think I've ever really paid attention to what exactly was back there. I knew there was stuff back. So that's still they still got stuff back there, but it's just different stuff. Obviously, stuff that's closed down. Oh, that's been there for a while, or maybe it's a different location. Oh, like those like dollar stores that are always like totally disorganized and got crap laying around all over them. Dollars. Oh, Town and Country, right? Town and Country is still there. Oh my. What movies did? What movies did? What movies did you guys go see with the gift card? I think. Did you even use it yet? It's fine. Don't lose it. That's the reason I don't like to use digital gift cards. Save it. One thing to know: if you ever get a digital gift card, either you or Dad, sometimes you can save it in your digital wallet, and that's what I do with gift cards. So just in case I get a gift card, even a physical one, and I don't always have it, I do Apple Pay a lot. It allows me to save it inside my phone, so I remember I have it. So, just a food for thought. Unless you know, if you get a gift card and you don't want to carry it around, and you know you may forget it. A lot of times you can save it inside of your wallet app of your phone. It's a good. I do it with like a couple different things, like if I get a gift card and because I'm. What's it? Oh yeah. How's so Grandma Sharon? Grandma Sharon's living with you. Does she have health issues or is she just kind of like? She does. Oh my gosh. Will you tell her I love her? Does she remember? Does she remember? She have amnesia? Is she or is no? Is she like chronically ill or is she just normal, older, healthy? Wait, what'd you say? Sorry. Oh, kidney problem. She. Now, why is she in the hospital exactly? What the reason? Oh. Well, how does that happen? You just bad luck or
Age, having kids, that ligaments, the whole uterus that get lax, and so it kind of pulls on the kidney. So,
hmm.
getting her, so she had to have last March, I think it was, end of February, beginning of March, they had to have a nephrectomy tube put in, where they, from the outside, in your back, they put a tube into your kidney. So,
Mm.
then you have to wear a leg bag, you got urine coming out of the tube in your back,
No, why is it come? Why is it through your back?
because that's where you get the easier access.
Oh, I see.
So it was her left one, and then July, she had to have the right one done.
Is that a permanent thing?
Not necessarily.
Mm.
Um,
So she has two bags on her, or
yeah,
oh.
she's got a urinary catheter too. Like, yeah,
Mm. Is all this?
that's temporary.
So all this is possibly temporary. So you know, in a year or two, she can.
She can have surgery, have stuff put back up where it's supposed to be. So, because it was pulling on her bladder too. So,
When are you? When is that planned for?
who knows?
Oh.
It's like one of those things. It's like, okay, they keep passing it from one person to the next, and then they had one surgery scheduled. She got, well, she got a urinary tract infection. They gave her Bactrim. Well, one of the side effects for older people for Bactrim is it can affect your platelets. You know what platelets are?
Blood platelets, isn't that like
Clot.
yes. You need platelets to prevent clotting, correct?
No, so that your blood can clot. You need it to get a gut or whatever.
Okay.
Or you don't bleed to death. Anyways, so that's what happened. Her body's been attacking her platelets. So if you don't have platelets for clotting, you can't have surgery.
Because your blood becomes thin, correct?
Right. You can't clot, so you'd bleed to death if you had surgery.
Oh.
So they kept giving her like giving her platelets, and then she was seeing the doctor at the hematologist at the cancer center. She didn't have cancer, but she had to go there for
Mm.
blood work like every it was like twice a week, and then they give her like an infusion, and then it got down to once a week, but organ transplant, so you don't reject it, type thing.
Probably a ton of side effects to that too, right?
Yeah, yeah, makes you kind of yucky feeling and loopy, and it's like,
Where did she How long has she been living with you guys?
it was a year in September.
So where did she live before that? She had an apartment, correct?
No, she lived with somebody else.
Hmm.
She lived with Alex for years.
In Louisiana?
Yeah.
He's still there?
No, he's up here right now.
Oh, because
And then, they had to they had to leave the house that they were in because the person they were renting from was getting a divorce, so they kind of made them leave so they could sell it
Hmm.
or whatever. So they were living with one friend or another friend, and then Alex lost his job.
in construction?
What?
Wasn't he doing construction?
Yeah, at a chemical plant.
So when was that? When was that? That was in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Lost his job down there.
How long ago was that? A couple years ago.
No, it wasn't a couple years ago. Well, maybe, yeah. It would have been a couple years ago. Yeah. So Mom was living with somebody that Alex knew, and it wasn't a very good place.
Hmm.
So I said, "You're moving up here."
Probably sketchy behavior going on there. It sounds like.
Yeah.
So when she came up, did she fly or did you guys go pick her up?
She flew up here.
Hmm.
Got her a plane ticket, and it was just like one stop that it made, and I made sure that they had, because I knew she had a cane and she could walk pretty good, but not that far, like in a big.
Should have made Joey go down, rent a car one way, and fly back.
So, well, I just had a wheelchair and
Oh, somebody at the airport. Oh, somebody worked for the airport. Well,
for the airline, they do that.
so what's Alex? I know.
Extra.
What was that? Sorry.
I said it didn't cost any extra.
Oh yeah, no, they got a ton of accessibility. Yeah, they probably got.
Wheelchair or one of those little golf carts and take you through to the next day.
I think airports literally have people that's their job is just for that. So I know we talked about so what. So Alex is now he's up there because of his mom. Is he planning on going back, or is he living up in Michigan for good?
I don't know.
Is he married?
Yeah, he still is married still.
Still got his one son.
Together for years.
How old is his son?
He just turned 15 in December.
Yeah, I gotta see his son. What's his son's name?
Alex Jr.
Oh yeah.
Jay. Yeah, he's got red hair, blue eyes.
You so he is the woman.
AJ was up here for a little bit.
What was that?
I said AJ was up here for a little bit, and then he went back down to his mom.
Oh, so his mom is not Alex's current wife.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, so wow, so he's got the same. He's been with the same woman the whole time.
No. He hasn't, but he's
Oh.
been married to her this whole time. She's had several boyfriends.
What the?
It's like
What
they're
the?
still married, but they don't live together or anything.
Oh, I see. Kind of married for the kid, but kind of doing their own thing romantically with other people.
Well, yeah, probably. I mean, what it costs $20,000 to get a divorce, so. Right? Don't it cost that? Something? What do you call the different types of crackers? Not regular, not saltine crackers. What are the other crackers people put in their soup? Can't think of the name. That's it right there. Yeah, I got some chili, and I'm on talking to you on the phone, and I can't think of the name of the crackers because I'm trying to buy some. But yeah, so go down the line. So who else in the family have I not heard about in years that is? I mean, who? I know Lawrence and Steve, but what about the more unusual suspects? Isn't there anybody on your end, like somebody maybe I haven't heard about in like 10 years that, like, your dad is living with? Okay. What is there anybody else that that maybe you don't, if you don't talk to them a lot, I know I don't, but I'm just kind of curious, is there anybody in the family that maybe I haven't heard from in years that is still, that maybe you heard from recently that? Yeah, what are they doing? Yeah, I remember that. What's up with them? Where at? Oh. So that's Michelle? And then oh wow. So they've always lived close by? Hmm. Probably never met him, right? What remember the people we went and visit long time ago up north riding the snowmobiles? Who were those people? Remember? They let us ride those snowmobiles around. They had a cabin out in the middle of nowhere. They had 2 nice snowmobiles. And they had that really small house. They literally had acres and acres of, I don't know if it was their land. You guys know what I'm, remember Eric, Joey, remember that? Their house was small. You remember? Do you recall what I'm talking about? They had that really small, I don't know if it was their cabin or their home. Their driveway was, I mean, they literally were in the boonies, and I remembered that recently. I was like, I thought to myself, I remember that time when and they had that big open area. They had like, in the back, they had like a section of trees on the left, a section of trees on the right, and then just nothing, just straight up land. And I remember riding snowmobiles. And that was I don't know. I don't recall what part of the family that was. It probably was Chuck's relatives. I recently talked to Alex Holloway. He comes into my stream sometimes when I stream, and I guess he has a kid, and I think he's married, and I don't know. Is there anybody that you, Joey, or Eric see recently? I mean, oh my God, is he fat? Is he fat? Is he overweight? Is he a fat person, Joey? Oh, big dude. Did you ever see Josh Anderson or Randy Wolford or any of them guys? I know I always mention them to you guys, but I'm just waiting for one of you guys to tell me that they're either dead or arrested. Some of them.
Half of them aren't dead.
Who's dead?
Randy's uncle.
You guys remember Josh Anderson, right? The guy with the blonde hair
Yeah.
who used to skateboard all the time.
Yeah.
Had that small, tiny house with that small garage over on. What road was that? What's the road that's parallel to Dutcher? The closest road to Dutcher in the neighborhood, but it's parallel to Dutcher. Runs the same way as Dutcher.
Diamond.
Diamond, yeah, he lived on Diamond.
That's what people live. I mean, Eric lives on Diamond all the way to the end.
And towards Corona or the other end.
Other end.
Oh wow. Okay. And where's Joey live? Joey, where's your house at?
What?
Now Joey has his own home too, right?
Yeah, he lives on Lambton.
Okay, which one? Which
Two houses from Corona Road.
Lambden is
It's like the
Lambden is parallel or perpendicular to Corona?
perpendicular.
It runs the same way out as Eberly. Same way. Which one is it? Is it
1, 2, 3 roads from Everly.
so closest to
Is it
Graham?
one off of Graham or is it the second one? Second. Oh, there's Howe, Lambden. What's the next one? Almanac, then Everly. Yeah.
Oh, so it runs perpendicular. So when you're on Graham, and then you turn onto Corbin,
Yeah. It'd be like
you can either still hang that right, correct? Is there a hang right? Or don't you turn on Corbin and you can either.
yeah, that Y. There's a road right there, and there's that Y, but it's like the second road.
So there's a road first, then the Y, or is it the Y right away?
There's a road first, kind of at the same spot.
Oh, I see. Yep. Okay, that's right. And then if you keep going, then you pass Bill Prim's house, Josh Gebhardt's house, the house with the I always remember that house on the left with the basic fence on the left. The house is on the left and it has that fence on the left, and it's like a perfect square, and I think they have kind of a smallish yard. They always have a nice deck. You know whose house?
Allen, Fred Allen.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. They have that basic little fence there. It's right on the left, and then they have the small driveway, and they have. Well, I say little fence because it's just your standard fence. It's not. Maybe it's a white pit. Maybe it's a white. I thought it was a short fence.
Oh, and then Rims, they've got that split rail fence. That wood
He
split rail. They call it split rail.
Bill's. He's the one with the small driveway that always has like 3 cars in there that look like they're being worked on. Got the small driveway that always looks like it has like too many cars to fit, and then he has that small, and then garage doors. The garage is small, or maybe I'm.
That's probably Fred.
I think there used to be always a car on the. I say being lifted, but seemed like almost like on a jack of sorts, closest to the garage. Whenever I'd pass, I remember there'd be like a car there that looked like it was on some. I don't know what you call it, but like a jack to be, yeah. And he always had the, yeah, because he always had, his house is really stained really nice, right? Got that beautiful wood color or that beautiful paint color. Am I thinking of the same house? No. There's one over there. I just remember it always looked like it's really, really nice, I say stained, but maybe it's paint. But you guys remember Cody Barrow? Joe, you remember Cody Barrow, the guy with the freckles? The guy with the freckles who used to skateboard, didn't talk much. lived on that tiny little. He lived in that house right on the corner, with the long driveway, of would it be Pound? No, it ran parallel. The road parallel to Corona. So the first, if you're on Corona, you turn. It's the first road you come to. What would that be? What would that first? No, not paved one. What's the first? Is the first one paved? Okay, so it'll be the second one, and then if you're on Corona, and then what? The road that goes directly toward into our home. So you on Corona, you turn down Eberly, and then not the first, not Lambton, but the next road. Then you take a right, and then his house is right on the corner, right at the crux of the hill. So like literally right the middle of the hill. So you're not on top of the hill, you're not on bottom, but as you're going up, I guess that would be what, Pound. And so you're halfway up the hill, and on the left, I think actually. No, my bad. What? Okay, so when you're on Corona and you turn down I say Eberly. Yeah, you turn down Eberly. What's the first road that's parallel to Corona? Brown. That's okay. That's what. What's the next one? Taft. So I want to say it might be. What's the next one after Taft? Oh, you're on Corona and you turn down. Yeah, you turn down Eberly, and the first crossroad. What is that? Brown. And the next one is. And the next one. Oh wow, it's only two. That's right. Okay, so it would be that first dirt road, so Taft, and then you take a right. And I think there's a house right on the corner, so I think his house was right next to there. But he had a fence, big yard, long driveway, small garage, tiny house, real small house. Stair, Joey, you know what I'm talking about, right? Little stairs that go up. You know, his garage kind of set back. Cody Barrow. You remember him, right, Joey? Guy with the freckles. You know him. You kind of recall a little bit who I'm talking about, right, Julie? Remember the guy with the freckles? Remember the guy with the freckles who used to always wear the baggy jeans and shirt? Really quiet guy. I wonder if he still lived there. You know what house I'm talking about, though, right? It was right. So when you turn right on Taft, you're going up the hill, and then literally his house was the middle of the hill. And I think there's a house on the corner, so it wasn't exactly his, but his house was right next to that house on the corner. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure. So right there's a house, and I want to say that house was blue, but then right next to that was his house, and his house driveway that had a little hill, and I want to say he had a fenced-in yard to the left that was pretty big. And then he had his garage. His garage and home were uber small. And anyways, I know him. I know I see online sometimes Ray DeSisto. I don't see much anybody else. Trying to think. Library still there and everything? Library still there? Oh man. Yeah, so what I wanted to ask you, I wanted to ask something. Somebody crossed my mind. I couldn't think if you seen him. I can't remember. Tim Jones. He don't live in the neighborhood no more, right? No. He's still around?
Ray Beach does, but I think they got divorced.
Now Beach, which one?
Was that Sean's stepdad? Sean's brother's?
Yeah, and he had a stepsister.
Yeah, his sister, but his little brother died.
Ooh, who's his little brother?
His name Beach. Last name is Beach.
Okay, so if I would have seen him, his little brother. I probably never met his little brother then. His little brother was probably really young when I probably never met him, right? When you say little, like Sean is my age, right?
Yeah, he was more Joey and Eric's age.
Oh, his little brother.
Was it Justin?
Yeah, Justin Beach,
Yeah.
the guy who used to cause all the problems. He
Yeah.
he died.
Yeah. Well,
Ooh.
you know, I think, oh God, how old was he when he got, I think it was from a spider bite, he got like meningitis or something, so his brain was never right, and he used to have seizures and
Aw.
everything, so he died from that.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think he was mean. He was actually a nice kid, right?
Yeah, Sean was the one that was mean.
Yeah, Sean. Okay,
Beating him up all the time.
that's right. Because Justin Beach used to come over and hang out with Joey.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He wasn't mean. You know, he was nice. Yeah. Okay. Um. No, yeah, he probably. I'm sure about Bill Frank and Jeremy Jarnagin still around. Whatever.
Oh, and the Simpsons, Tommy and Ronnie.
Oh my God.
Tommy had been in and out of jail.
Joey told me they were into doing the
Yeah.
doing bad stuff like
You know,
bad.
died
Who died?
not long ago.
Their mom.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Because they had their older brother who was a couple years older than me.
They had a sister.
Because it's Ronnie and Tommy, and the older brother. What was the older brother's name?
Oh, I don't remember.
He was a big dude. I know that.
Sister's name either. God, it's hard to remember the whole stupid name, and I'm bad
Did-
about remembering names.
Does Kyle Brindleson? Does he still live in that? Does he still have that house? Do they still live in that house? Right.
Bought it.
What?
That's what your dad was talking about.
What?
Bought it.
Dad bought the house?
Yeah.
That big house that they had across from Woodland?
Yeah.
How long did he buy? When did he buy that?
For a job. He's got kids and everything.
Who does?
Kyle.
Oh, when did Dad buy that house?
What?
When did he buy that house?
Kyle?
No, you said Dad bought it, right?
No, Kyle bought it.
Oh, Kyle.
Aaron.
Oh, he bought it. How long ago was that? Like a while ago?
Had to have been.
So he bought it, married, and now him and his wife and kids live there?
Uh-huh.
Wild.
I know. They come up to, like at, Halloween or whatever, they come up to the door with these little kids. It's like, oh my goodness.
How many kids does he have?
Now? Oh, God.
Oh, really? That many?
I think a couple.
Oh.
I can't even remember now. I see him walking in the neighborhood here.
You remember, you probably don't remember her. I think you know, you might have met her. You might know who her mom. You remember Amanda Gauthier? They lived, you know how when you turn down, so when you going down Graham, you run into Woodland. You take it's a T turn, if it still is. You take the left. And what road is that?
That's Beverage.
Beverage, yeah. So you take the left and then it curves around and you got the highway there and about halfway down before you get to the, I don't know if that credit union is,
Utley, when you go around the corner, it turns into Utley.
told into Utley, yeah, so like halfway down, there's a girl I went to school with who used to live, actually used to have a crush on her way back in the day, but her name was Amanda Gauthier and she had, I think Joey or Eric would know her brother. Joey, you there? Joey, you remember Amanda Gauthier? Remember, you know her younger brother, right? lived on Utley, about halfway down. Remember her? You remember? Did you know her brother? I think he was your age, right? No. No, I thought isn't Joey there with you? Oh, well, for some reason I thought Joey or Eric. Is it just you and Dad there?
Now your dad left.
Oh.
Just me and the dogs right now.
Ah. What's Eric doing? He's home.
Yeah. Probably wrangling Abel.
Mm.
That child. Oh, he
Mm.
got ADHD.
Now I got my job. By the way, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm only gonna tell you. Don't tell nobody. But I'm gonna surprise. When's Abel's birthday?
Abel's birthday is June 9th.
I'm not waiting that long. As soon as I get time, because I get weekend off, I'm gonna surprise. You're the only person who's gonna know. I want to tell you just in case something happens and I need a ride or something. But I'm gonna surprise everybody. I told myself if I didn't get fired from Dollar General, I was gonna do this. But after I got fired, it really kind of switched everything because I wanted to see you guys for the holidays. But I told myself, hey, I'm gonna stay at home. And when I got let go of Dollar General, I told myself, okay, this is wrenching plans. Because initially, what I was gonna do is stay at Dollar General and come surprise you guys. But then all this crap happened. So, but I am going to come surprise everybody on a probably not gonna stay a long time, but for like 4 or 5 days. So I just want to let you know that, and I'm gonna try to do it. Let's see. June 9th. Actually, June might be good because then I can surprise Dad for Father's Day. May, April, we're at? We're at February, March, April. Just so you know, I'm thinking about April, May, okay? I want to come and I want to see Abel, mainly. I haven't met him yet, but I just want you to know, and I'll let you know sooner, so don't tell nobody. But I'm thinking like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday thing. Come and surprise everybody. Sound good? I know. Go out to eat. Maybe do something. Playing something. God. I don't even know when the last time I've been home. I know I haven't even came home since I had my Dollar General job. So I think it was when I worked at the gas station. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was. Because that's when it was. It was so I got hired there in April of 2016. I quit August of 2017 because for a while I stayed at the gas station while working at Dollar General, and I remember I took off time at that's the last time I've been home was December of 2016. Oh my God. No way. That's too long. Yeah, I'm not waiting 10 years either. So I'm gonna come visit. Yeah, 8 years really fly by, especially when COVID hit and stuff like that. It was like, that stuff flew by so quick just because we worked for a whole year. I was on a 4-day work week, but for a whole year we worked 1 day extra 1 week, 2 days extra another. 1 day extra, because Dollar General was an essential business. If you looked on, if you remember when COVID hit, there was, I don't know how they determined it, but there were certain companies, many companies closed down, obviously, but certain companies were considered an essential business. And literally, if you look on the bottom of the ticker on CNN or whatever, you see Dollar General. And so, while most places were laying off and not having work, we were one of those places where it was the opposite. And I remember, it was nice money-wise and everything, but it was, I hated it. For a whole year, literally 5 days 1 week, 6 days another, 5 days. Just terrible. And then working all those hours and all these places no longer 24 hours, so we couldn't get food, It was just crazy. But, I'm going to come visit. Now that I feel, honestly, I'm not just saying this, I feel like I'm just happier already. Because not only do I have a job that I love, but a job that's less stressful on the body. For the first time in my life, I have a job that I, not only that I love, because I like my other jobs, I really did. I like Dollar General, but a job that I really, I don't look at like I have to take time off to earn, to have fun. I don't have to worry about taking 2 or 3 days off to go do something with Jen. I can actually go to work and enjoy. What? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, oh yeah. No. In during he didn't go into specifics, but he said yeah during non-golf season, yeah, there's still a lot of upkeep and there's still yeah there's still work full time. So yeah, that's really cool. Um, I don't know if I don't know if we do the actual mowing and we do everything else, but we might mow. But again, like we mentioned earlier, certain parts of the course have to be specifically, you know, the blade can only go so low. And then to get the blade to get really low, I think they use a specialized mower for that. When you look at like a putting green, you know how it looks like so short and whatever. I don't think a regular mower does that, but I'm gonna come visit. Yeah, and I'm gonna get something. So after I get established, I'm gonna get something that after I get going with this, I'm gonna try to get maybe get something that's like 1 or 2 days a week. If I don't, I'm gonna try when I'm DJing. I'm gonna try to not I just say DJing. When I'm streaming, I want to try to make some money on the side doing that. But I like gaming. I kind of like the streaming aspect, but I don't like the earning money part because it's really stressful. But I'm gonna try to find something that I like to do. One of the things I told Dad is like, I know this sounds silly, but I've always kind of had an interest working in like a coffee shop. But I kind of want to see what else is out there. But I want to find something that's just like 1 day, maybe 2 days a week. Something that's flexible, you know, and something that's I enjoy, and you know, something that's hey, I can, you know, something that I want to do, exciting, compliment, you know, not necessarily complements my other job, but something that works with that, and so I want to find, I want to wait till I get going with this job, but I want to get something that's, you know, just trying to mix things up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't know. Maybe 1 day. Like I said, on Fridays I work 6 to 12, so maybe on Fridays work something a little longer, like you know 2 to whatever. I'm just really the most thing I'm excited about is I'm excited about my job being local. The traveling aspect. I mean, 20 miles one way is not bad, but eliminating that is there's a lot of benefits to that. Dude, so many benefits to being close to. Yeah, you know, you forget something. I mean, it's just so much. You know, say like I used the example earlier. Say for instance, car's not running right. I don't have to worry about calling a coworker. I don't have to worry about Uber. I don't have to worry about hey, you know, like when I wrecked my van. I was a pain in the ass before I got my Honda CRV. Luckily, I had a coworker that picked me up, but it was just like, you know, there was a time where he couldn't, so I had to get somebody else. And, you know, it wasn't so much missing work because of money, but it was just a pain to, you know, hey, could you come get me? You know, I promise I'm not trying to leech off you. I'm trying to get another car or something. It's just nice to be in a position to where I don't have to, if something comes up, I don't have to convince somebody to give me a ride, you know? Let's shoot for Mother's Day. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. Joe, Eric has the chickens. How many chickens you got now? 14 chickens. So what? Where the dog pen used to be? Is that a chicken coop now? So where that dog pen used to be on the back end of the garage, is that a chicken coop? So, so wait, do you still have that big ass? You still have that big ass tree there, right? Okay, so you took the fence down and you extended. So you just made another fence and then made another door within that fence. So kind of two fences. So you added onto it, so it's kind of like a fence, and then you have like a divide. Oh, I see. So you have that. So you added to the fence, and then where you added it is a divider. Ah. Will you send me some pictures tomorrow when it's daylight? Send me pictures tomorrow. Where's greenhouse at? Send me that. Send me some of those. Do you still have the room in the end of the home, the storage room? Is it still full of like bees and buds and? So what's in there? Just like random shit, like storage. Is it still? You still have it lifted off the ground? I remember there was spacing between that and the ground. So you have 14. You would. Oh, along the property line, and then you reinforce that fence by the vegetation by the railroad. So if I'm in the road, if I'm in the road, yeah. So if I'm at the road, if I'm looking at the house from the road, your property line was essentially like the bottom part of the hill on the left of the house, right? You had the house and it kind of drooped down, and your property was right there, and then it was almost if you go straight, you run into that big tree there, right? Is that tree still there? It wasn't there. Was it? Yeah. So that you have a fence that going along that, or is it closer to the home? Okay, and then it goes straight to the vet to the trap spit or the. So along the vegetation, along the trees that are along the tracks, you have a fence there now. Just chain. Oh, okay, and it goes all the way back to the. Okay, so you have a gate. You still have that swings. You still got. You still have the. You don't have that swing set there no more, do you? You still have your garden there. Is all that still you? Did you cut all that? All those wood, all that grass out there, or is it? Yeah. Oh, so so you got the lots, and then separating what you own with the homes is like a ditch thing, right? Is it a ditch? Like, what is separating what you guys own from like the property from the homes? Is it like a fence or? Because when you look, so when you look at the when you look at the home from the road, it's usually like a bunch of trees. But then as you go like halfway back, it's no trees. It's like just grassy field, right? Oh, okay. It's okay. So okay. So what it?
For the house during where the now, like the old Pacific Bank,
One second, y'all.
like through the woods, head up to the garden. It's like 200-foot hoses.
Wait, wait. Say that again. So where's it going from? From the home to the
Yeah, to the garden. You got a garden hose going all the way from the back corner of the house.
back corner of the house, where the hose spigot is, right by the add-on.
Yep. And it goes underneath there. Well, no,
Is it under? Is it underground?
no. Well, it kind of it's pushed down in the grass now. It's been there so long, and it goes along the back of the garage there, up against the garage, you know, and then through the dog kennel,
Hmm.
through the woods, and up onto the.
So through the kennel. So is it up high attached, or is it on the ground? It's on the ground. So then, so then you go around that. So when you look at the kennel, if you're in the kennel, you got that big tree on the left that we mentioned. Then don't you have another big tree on the right? Or is it a bunch of small trees right before you get to the step down to Dad's back entrance of the garage? Isn't there trees there? A big tree there or no?
Tree at the towards the front of the garage. If you look at the garage from the road, there was one on the right.
Well, you know how like when you're so if you're at the if you're by the dog pen where the dog used to be, and say you're in the dog pen, and to the right, you know, you have that little step down to where you could where Dad's back entrance is.
Yeah.
That never was a you never created a walkway there. You just kind of had to bunny hop down. Wasn't there a tree right there, or a group of trees that used to be there? A bush. It was a bush, wasn't it? Like a crazy bush or something.
Great big bass tree. Old tree in front by the garage. We cut that down.
Okay.
Huge tree.
Okay.
But it was getting old, starting to drop.
Because it was right next to the swing set, right?
What?
It was the one right next to the swing set.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about? When you're looking, you know how Dad's back end, since we worked on the dirt bikes outside, and you know how like you could, you know, like I don't know, it was a foot and a half up, you could get onto our yard, and you know he would park bikes there, but when you get on our yard right there, so right to the right of the dog cage, wasn't there like a big bush there?
oh yeah, that's not, well,
You know what I'm talking about? That crazy bush that you
yeah,
and it used to be, and then behind that bush would be the swing set, or
yeah, we got rid of the bush.
got rid of that. So that's just a.
There's like little stony bushes and stuff along there anyways right now. And there's a tree that has grown up there. It's getting pretty big.
So
The property line.
where the swing set is, what's there? Just normal yard, nothing. With
It's grown now.
what?
It's a
Oh, okay, that's right. So that's still there. Clothesline.
Yeah.
Well, the clothesline was.
Now we gotta walk through where the chickens are. They got that like fenced off.
Oh.
That plastic fence part of the yard.
Wait, you got what part fenced off again?
Part of the yard with like that. It's not the snow fencing. It's kind of like the construction fencing, that plastic stuff, but it's green, not orange.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like it's not that sturdy. It's kind of like plasticky. Like you could run it over if you. Yeah.
You can't have the dogs out when the chickens are out. Avoid that fencing.
Oh, I see.
Part of it's fenced off from that. There's no cracks there where they're at.
So where the garden used to be, what's there? Okay, yeah, that's right. The garden used to be in the middle. Was it the middle of the backyard?
It was up towards the shed. It was that flat area.
Yeah. Back where the trampoline used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay. So that right now is just normal.
Grass doesn't grow very well back there.
Is that tree still there? With that tree that you had with the bricks that would lay, you had those bricks that were in a U shaped, and there was a tree there, right? Right in front of the shed. Was it a tree? Big tree.
But yeah, no.
Remember, because you like 20 years ago, 20 years ago, you had some cement blocks that you created a little.
Yeah, it was like where the yard kind of stepped up a little bit.
Yeah, a few feet away from a few feet away from the fire pit.
There, there's little trees there. Now that tree died. There's a pine tree that I planted along the edge of the garden, and it grew. It was one of those just one little twig, and I planted that. Some other ones back there. That one lived. It's a white pine. It's big. It's taller than the shed.
What? You started growing that like 20 years ago? I think
Yeah.
I think I remember when you know what? Now that you mention that, I think I remember when you started growing those. If it's the same ones.
Yep. I got it like Arbor Day thing, and that one survived, so it's growing.
Crazy.
It's tall. It's really tall now. Pretty nice looking.
Now that's right next to the shed.
Yeah, it's kind of right next to the shed, and then you got that big old oak tree along the property line.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah. Yeah, right to the if you're looking at the shed door to the left, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it's still there. Check in my liking.
Really?
It's still there.
That's
Why?
that's crazy.
Looked at it one day and I thought, there's a black line of the tree coming down the trunk.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then across the street, where our mailbox is.
Yeah. And you had that ditch there with all that whatever random vegetation.
Up on the hill used to be a house and that.
Yeah. Yeah.
There on the corner.
Yep.
Yeah, we had that lot because the house burned down. They just kind of filled it in, and that went back for taxes.
Yeah, who? Yeah, that was that guy who had his driveway was that steep hill.
The driveway's still there.
Who lived there? Cuz it was an older guy, right?
Yeah, Nunley.
Normally, that's wow.
Nunley, and then Joe, Eric's friend, Stinky was his last name.
Oh, he got a brother. He got a brother named Anthony, right? Tony Stanky.
I don't know.
Yeah. They used to be Dustin Donaldson's friend. He bought it.
Greg Stinky.
Greg Stanky.
They lived there. That family lived there, and that's when it burned down. It was like Christmas Eve. It caught on fire.
Wait, so they lived there, and obviously they weren't there at the time, but it burnt down on Christmas Eve.
They were there.
They were there.
snow. They didn't pray, they didn't plow our subdivision, and it snowed again. Big amount. So we were trying to get up that hill and up that hill to the car. And finally did. And then the garage, the car caught on fire.
You gotta be kidding me. Wait, so what caused it? They put so much stress on the car to get up there that it caused the car to get. And the fire trucks you said were trying to get through the snow? Why weren't they plowing it?
Well, we had, I forget how many inches of snow,
Mm.
and then not even a week later, we had another. So,
What was that, like 15, 20 years ago?
yeah, that was a while ago. And, they got trying to get to the house, so it burned more than it should have.
Oh,
So what wasn't fire damage was water damage.
So,
That was Christmas Eve, I remember
oh
that.
my God. So their whole family was displaced.
Yep. They ended up getting a trailer on the side of Corona Road in that trailer park.
Hmm. Now, is there one? Now that's where, remember, Jim Joseph used to. They started a trailer park there, right? Where they had that convenience store, and remember Jim Joseph used to live in that home that was connected. Is there a trailer park still there? There's a trailer park still there.
Yeah, there's two different ones there.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. That's the one that was right across from the local pizza place. They had the bread. They had the breadsticks. And then next to that was that do-it-yourself car wash.
Dave's Pizza or something like that, wasn't it?
They had the Bosco sticks. And then next to that is that do-it-yourself car wash still there. Pull up.
There you go. It will change place.
Mm.
That burned.
Really?
Fixing it up now.
Because I want to say across the street from that was that hotel, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. That. Yeah, that looked like it was. Always looked dilapidated. And then I think. I'm trying to think what else was over there. You had that. Then you had Is where Dad turnaround treasures used to be. Obviously, that's not there no more. But was the Fowlers still there? Mm.
They didn't turn that into, I forget what the business is. They can fix up the whole thing now.
I'm trying to picture it. I'm trying to picture myself driving down Corona. So when I'm driving down Corona, I look at my left. The Whirly Balls are now a doctor's office, right? It's been a doctor's office forever.
It's kidney dialysis.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Used to be Whirly Ball.
Then they had that, yeah. Then that gas station. I know the gas station across was closed down. That gas station right on the corner.
No, no.
There used to be that Sunoco or Shell.
At the end of Everly there. Multiple gas stations.
Oh, oh, oh man, I remember that. That's still there
Oh yeah.
at the mobile.
Still there. They get the business still.
Hmm. Then yeah, then we had the pizza place, the car wash. Yeah. Then you had okay. Trying to picture, yeah, the hotel. That's crazy. That happened on Christmas Eve. So sad. Um. So what is it now? Just bland? Land?
It's a little bit more than a quarter acre.
It. They cut a lot of that tree. Now you have those trees behind your mailbox, but behind that they cut a lot of those trees, right?
There's like
It's not that.
trees behind the mailbox. Yeah, they're like on the corner, kind of. Yeah, and it's just plain. Yeah.
Because there used to be more trees. I mean, this is probably 20 years ago, but they cut. Okay, yeah. So, were you talking about where those homes are lined up? How many homes are there? New homes? Like, what are we talking? Like 6 homes, 7 homes? Six, yeah. And then when you go up on the left, the homes on the left, and it curves to the right. Is there still that solo home right on your right, with with their big yard right there, kind of right in the middle? Oh, I I enjoyed. I love and miss you so much. I really do. I'm uh I'm excited. I really miss you a lot because I haven't been seeing you guys in a long time, and while I've been progressing and getting better, but obviously I've struggled with things, but I think I've gotten overall things have been okay. I've been, you know, I just really do love and miss you guys. I've been just trying to figure out a lot of stuff, and you know, I really just been basically working. I haven't been doing much. I don't go away, and just trying to work through things with Jen, and her son. When I met her, her son was 5, 6 years old. Now he is 15, 16, sophomore. Yeah, I'll send you a picture of him. His name's Chase. Cause so she lives. This one sounds silly, but so she was married for a long time. She got divorced, and she met Drew, Chase's dad, and they never married, but they lived together. And then he got into some trouble. He did some it was this like real estate. She doesn't like talking about it, but it was like this real estate fraud thing where they devised this scheme, and I forgot what exactly they were doing, but it wasn't nothing good, and they ended up getting caught up. And anyways, that I think was one of the reasons they broke up. And then he ended up, his family lives in outside of Jacksonville, which is like an hour and a half, 2 hours away. Middleburg, that's where he's from, and that's where his mom and I think maybe dad, stepdad live. But anyways, yeah, so they living together. Then yeah, like the trouble he got in, like SWAT team came in, and whatever he was doing wasn't a violent thing, but it was some real estate scam scheme. It was no good, yeah. And I don't know what the end result was. I mean, he obviously didn't go away for a long time, but he could have. It was no good. It was him and a group of people, but I think that was one of the reasons why they broke up. And so I forgot what he did initially, but I think he came across a lot of hard times, and for the last like couple years, maybe a year and a half, he's been living with Jen. Now, they don't do anything. They're not like that. They're just, he's the dad, and it doesn't take you look at them and you can tell that they're not like that. And he's trying to get his own place, and I think because of he has like 2 or 3 jobs, but I think because of his record, it's kind of hard to kind of find something. He does some like work from home lawyer stuff where he helps. I want to say he helps lawyers kind of find cases. So like, finds out.
I forgot what the system or how he does it, but finds out who's been in an accident. And then he does something to try to, obviously, hey, I see you've been in an accident. You know, do you need an injury lawyer or, you know, and so
Ambulance chaser.
yeah, that's. I think that's exactly what it is. I never thought about that. That's about exactly what it is. And then he does something else, and but he think he's trying to get on his own, and so me and her, I've been trying to make sure my ducks are in a row because you know we both know that you know we have a lot of. I say a lot of problems in our relationship, but we have a lot of kinks to work out. But one thing that you know, we like each other, love each other. We argue quite a bit, but when things are good, they're great. When they're not, they're not. And you know, I told her this earlier. Actually, I told Jen that our relationship wouldn't be as bad if a lot of my problems exasperate our normal relationship problems. So, like, if I didn't have some of the issues I had, you know, some of the stability issues in terms of work and just kind of my mental health issues and just different things, our relationship probably wouldn't look as volatile and kind of as you know, have the ups and downs as it does. But we've been working through that, and you know, we both agreed that you know, hey, you know, you have your place, I have mine, and she has a house, and you know, he lives with her because it helps them both. You know, helps her bills, helps him obviously, and then it helps her not having to pay everything. You know, because she works for the state, and what she does is her job is she works for the state of Florida. Her job is to people who are trying to get benefits from the state, specifically benefits for people who suffer from severe mental health issues or physical issues, and she helps determine if these people, first of all, if they're eligible and how can they become eligible, and that's what she does. And so you know, it's a good paying job, but you know she likes to, and I've told her this, but she likes to spend money. I mean, she's getting better, but you know, I try to tell her, you know, hey, we don't always gotta do this and that, and she's been helping me too to not be so, you know, it's crazy because one of the characteristics I've picked up from Dad, you know, and this isn't something I done intentionally, is I work a lot, which Dad used to do, but I also tend to not. Sometimes I get so caught up in it, like not want to spend some extra money here and there, and so I'm trying to get a little more reasonable and realize that hey, if I'm in a relationship, I got to be a little more, you know, a little more less selfish. So I'm trying to work on that, but we're trying to kind of figure things out because he's trying to find a place, and I just signed my lease until next August, which I hate the way it's set up because February they offered me to sign my lease again, and so that my lease ends in August. But if I don't sign it by March, it becomes up for grabs for somebody else, and so it's like if I don't commit to it and resign now, and say March, April comes around, I want to resign, someone else signs for it. That means by this August I got to move out. And so I hate that, and so it's hell when it comes to wanting to like even try to get, you know, if I wanted to move, because it's like okay, you know, if I choose to not resign, and then say April, May comes around, and I want to resign, or even March, but somebody else signed, that means even if I want to stay in town, that means I have to find another place because somebody already has spoken for my unit. So I essentially have had to, you know, sign next August. But the good thing is if I had to move out, if we moved in together, I can always sublease. I'm sure they would work with me on that. So I just want to let you know that's kind of where I'm at with, you know, we both know we're not in a rush, and we both know we got to work on some things before we commit to living together. And before my grandma passed, she always used to tell me, you know, always have your own place, and if you choose to move in, just make sure things are better than normal. Just because it's best to have your own place, you know, because if you don't have your own place, It's a lot easier to say when things are going good. Oh, if we live together and we argue, you go to one side of the building, I go to the other side. It's easier to say that when you don't live together and you're not arguing. But when shit hits the fan, and you don't have your own place, and you really are inferior or furious with this other person, and it's not okay. I'll go to this side of the house. You go to this side. No, we would never get physical towards each other, but we've been about as verbal and as you can possibly get without yeah.
Everybody has arguments.
Gotta work on it. I know we gotta work on it, but just kind of want to let you know where I'm at with that. So I'm good. I'm at a good place where I'm always considering it and looking into it, but I'm always meaning to keep a clear head and make sure that hey, I'm not. One thing my grandma always used to tell me is say, don't just move in together just to save money. Don't do it, because on the face it may sound good, but if things aren't going good, 2-3 months down the line, don't matter how much money you're saving, don't matter. Sometimes arguments, they don't see that, And like when things are going good, it sounds great. Yeah, you come over, everything's split in half. We can do this. That's great. But then, certain arguments, they don't think of those things in the heat of the moment, and so. But just wanted to let you know kind of where that's at. So we're trying to kind of finagle with that, and and as I mentioned earlier, the only reason I'm still here is because her job, and she can't just pick up and move, and that's basically been the only reason why I'm still here. So, but I'm so glad I was able to talk to you. I can't tell you, this is probably the best moment in my professional and personal life. I think easily in the last 10 years, outside of getting a job working at Dollar General and going from, actually when I was working at Home Depot, I think I was making like $14 an hour. So, since 2015, even before Dollar General, I was starting to make some decent money, and, Dollar General was my first full-time job that offered benefits and different things. But in terms of overall scope of since I've graduated, this is probably one of the best things that's happened to me. Just because it's not only a job that's close by, but a job that I've wanted for so long, and I'm so excited, and I'm doing better. Got some parts of my life that I'm trying to get better at, and luckily I've only been out of work for 2 months, so I can easily get my benefits back and get back and going to the doctor and figure that out. So that's another relief. But I'm gonna let you go. And I won't want you to forget. Call me, maybe, I don't know, maybe we think of something where every other week you call me and we talk. Maybe we don't have to talk for hours like we did now, but even just 10 minutes or something. Just let you know how I'm doing. I'll let you, you let me know how you're doing. Joey and Eric. Especially if you're hanging out with Joey and Eric, when you call. I'll let you know how my schedule's going, how everything's going next week when I start, and I'm sure I'll be in a different routine, and then let's plan on, we won't give any specifics right now, but just so you know, maybe May, June, definitely, I want to come and at least see Abel, and anything else you think I should do when I'm in town. Obviously Abel's one, want to see Grandma Liz, obviously see Grandma Sharon, and anybody else that you think could. Oh yeah, is she trying to move back to somewhere, or she's not? Is she not trying to stay in? Oh, okay. Oh yeah. What's the ETA with returning home, or is it all up in the air now? Well,
December 29th, January 14th. And then she went to the rehab
So she went to the rehab place, got sick again, and back to the hospital, and now back to the rehab place.
Well, she got a UTI and septic,
Oh yeah.
and then her potassium was really low. So that's it's wacky too. So not eating and that. What? I know you gotta go potty. Yeah, it's okay.
You go do that, and just call me later. How's that sound? Or call me like in a week and a half, and I'll let you know. If you don't call me a week and a half, I'll call you next week, let you know how everything's going. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Love you.
I love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo, what's up? What is up? Who's still here? Sorry, I was on the phone with my stepmom that I haven't talked to in a long time. I love you guys, man. Oh, man. All right, Cap, 1 second, bro. So, bro, some good stuff has happened today. Where do I start? Let me go use the restroom because the phone call I was on was unexpected. But I talked to my stepmom for the first time in about 4 years. So, let me tell you what's going on, bro. Let me check something real quick, homie. Let's. No, we're good. All right, hold up. Hold up. Sorry, yeah, I was talking to my stepmom. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Let me use the restroom. I'm going to check a couple notifications, and we're doing a game. And I'm going to tell you the news. Ugh. I got you guys. All right, y'all. And the reason there's no music is I keep getting copyright strikes. So we're gonna think about what you want to play, Cap. I'm gonna feed these cats, use the restroom, wash my face, and we'll be back and we'll play something. I'm firing up Cyberpunk right now, but we'll play something else in a little bit. Let me yeah. Think of something what you want to play, man, because I want to tell you the good news too. So feed the cats, use the restroom, and I'll be back. So, yeah.
So I had on my to-do list I had to do something tomorrow, but Monday's a holiday and the office is closed. So
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood, thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed, cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Net runners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica,
alright, I'll be right back.
Pacifica is still Pacifica. This
Siri,
has
what's the
been your
temperature
man
outside?
Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
Dormy. I'll be right back, y'all. Come on, kitty.
All right. Ugh. Stop.
Howdy, howdy, Night City. Welcome back. My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokoski, spokeswoman for the NCPD. Hi there. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
I hope you made it to the studio without any issues. No carjackings or drive-bys along the way?
No. Fortunately, the streets of Night City are getting safer every day. We've seen recorded homicide.
Ah. Dory. Ah. Like I said, things are going good. Oh man. Love you, Dora. I'm so excited, man. Bobby Dory. Love you, Dory.
He's crazy!
Gotcha, bitch!
Need to boost a car. Fuck out of here.
Requesting backup in city center. All units in the area respond.
SCPD!
Roger,
Neutralizing
unit
the
responding.
suspect! Moving in!
Any plans for the evening dispatch? Dispatch, do you copy? Damn, one of these days.
I will find you!
All units, suspect has evaded patrols. Resume search immediately. Suspect's vehicle has been located. Details have been sent.
Cover me! Fuck him! Fuck this job!
Fuck out of here. Oh shit! Ugh.
situation! Fuck!
The information from Okada-san, very valuable. I also learned something through my own efforts. We must meet.
Where'll it be this time? Trash processing plant? Deserted N-cart station?
In the south of Japantown, there is a street market. It is on a footbridge above the main street. Use the elevators. It is easy to get lost. I am on my way there. Do not make me wait.
Ooh, what's this? Under the map? What is this shit? what is this shit, dude?
Cyber Psycho! Ah, Cyber Psycho! Another motherfucker trying to kill me!
Crazy fool! No! You kill me.
Who are they fighting? Is that Cyber Psycho? This game has a lot of buzz.
V, the information from Okada-san, very valuable. I also learned something through my own efforts. We must meet.
Where'll it be this time? Trash processing plant? Deserted N-cart station?
In the south of Japantown, there is a street market. It is on the footbridge above the main street. Use the elevators. It is easy to get lost. I am on my way there. Do not make me wait.
Let's see what's good.
Take your pick.
it? No, wait.
How's biz treating you?
Since then, customer count's gone up, and so my prices. Coincidence?
What up, Zyphon? I'm gonna hurry up and do this and then take a break. No. I just like playing in the dark because it looks better on an OLED. I play HDR OLED, and I've realized when I play in the dark, it just looks better. That's the only reason I play in the dark. But yeah, bro, start my job. I'm so excited, man. I've been living on cloud 9 all day, bro. Like took me a long time to get that job, man. No, it's fine. It's not that bad. I don't mind a little bit of light, actually. I realize, like, the light from my stream light is different than, like, the light in my in my apartment. Light from apartments like just brighter and affects the screen more. The stream lights, like the Elgato stream, it doesn't affect the look that bad, so it's fine. But I'm gonna fuck these guys up right now, though. Oh! Man, they about wiped. Ugh. Oh shit. Ugh. Oh shit. Ugh. Shoot me. Ugh. Ah. Shit. Ah. Oh shit. More guys?
Can't hide. You know that.
Oh, they're fighting with each other.
Maggots in my sights.
That's true. That's the good thing about Matt Light. I think when you blow guys up, I think their weapons fly all over, and it's harder to collect their stuff. That's it from all of them? I don't know the exact benefits, but full benefits like any other full-time job, but it's working for the athletic department, so whatever benefits you think of there.
And here I thought this day would be a done.
But yeah, it's I didn't get the details on all the benefits, but I'm excited. Oh. No, bro. It's for the college athletics, man. Not that. But I probably get that, though. But I'm going to be busy working. I ain't going to be working out in no gym. Maybe the basketball gym, but... I'm coming from working at the warehouse like 50 hours a week doing all that. I don't really want to spend my free time working out. I'm done walking 10,000 steps a day.
I'm just excited, man, because first full-time job with my degree. Dude, how do I turn the radio off, dude? I don't want the radio on. No. I mean, I used to, but I haven't lately because I've been working warehouse.
You got
I've got you like a pig! Come on out! Make it happen!
Why, do you play basketball?
I swear, we won't even torture you! Watch out!
Shit, dude. What the fuck? You didn't do anything. Shit, I'm fucked. See, under the map. Look at that, the glitch. See that? Under that door is under the map. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. What do you want to play, Zyphon? What should we play, man? I've been switching back and forth between this and Red Dead, and I've been liking it, but I want to play some multiplayer. Dude, I feel the way I feel now is so different than I've felt in so long, man. Because working at the warehouse, man, I liked it, but I'm just so glad to be out of that environment, man. What the fuck, dude? No problem, Cap.
Shift position now! Ah! I'll take the side route!
Time for payback! Cycle!
Oh, shit.
Jesus Maria Jose!
Flush him out!
Damn, they're shooting at me.
Get back!
Why my ammo so low? Alright. I gotta craft some ammo, man. I don't know how to craft ammo. Oh, there it is. I didn't know that. I didn't know I could just craft ammo like that. Hell yeah.
It's just a motherfucker! Got him! Oh.
What? Yeah, I mean, I think I only like it because I haven't played it that much, but I probably won't beat the game. I mean, I don't see myself playing that much. Yeah, remember, bro, I don't play for like 7 hours at a time either, like many people. Not saying you do, but people who play like for 8-hour days and stuff, you know, they view gaming differently, you know. To them, they're, you know. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it sometimes if I find a game, like when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, I'll probably do that, but only for like a couple days, and then it'll be like, alright, it's whatever.
Ultimano! Get to asphalt! He's hiding! Find him! Pass clear!
Oh! Ugh!
Hey, you trying to get me killed?
Oh!
It's a fucking spot!
Yeah. What the fuck?
I'm fucking in! Fall back!
For the base version? DW 100? Nah, man, not for the base, bro. I don't know. I still think it would be regular price for a base version. Maybe not 60. I don't know. I don't think it'll be 100 though. I didn't know you could craft ammo in this game like you can. I just used like very little components to craft like a shit ton of ammo. I didn't know you could do that. Stop it, ain't gonna be like.
They just came out with, like, there was a rumor that it wasn't gonna... Wait, hold up. That it wasn't gonna come out digital, just physical. But then they dispelled that rumor. They said that it was gonna be a digital version, because I guess they didn't want it to leak early or something. I don't know, understand though how... Just don't release the digital version, like, until, like, a, you know... Same time you release the physical version. Stop letting dudes get the game a week early. No, I'm about to take a break after this. After I get these next guys, I'm gonna take a break. I get. Yeah, well, I'll tell you the story, what happened. The last month and a half been absolutely insane, bro. Like, it's been not good. So what I got you up there?
Hey, here for a pickup. Order number 48.
Oh, let me just check. 48. Sure?
T-Bug's dead. Huh? Got anything Nova for sale?
If you can afford...
Oh, these are quick hats. Oh yeah, I don't want these. Yeah, that I will agree with, bro. And like for instance, if you blow up people, if you blow up enemies, there's shit that you can loot from flies off their body, but it's not highlighted on the map. So like, if you just shoot somebody, it's a big X on their body, and you can loot their stuff. But if you blow them up, their shit flies all over, but all their shit's not labeled on the map, so you really got to know. And there's so much shit on the ground, it's hard to tell what you can pick up and what you can't. Now, I'm sure if you play this game 8 hours a day, you can figure that out, but, you know, I don't do that, so it becomes a little... Retrieve the ping quick hack from the net runner. Okay, how do I do that? What's the ping? Oh. Equip the ping quick hack in your inventory. Upload ping to the camera to find the access point. How the fuck do I do that? Oh. Use your personal link to connect to the access point and hack it. Oh. Oh, this is this dumb shit. See, this is like a different build. When you're a net runner, you can do these things much easier. See, I still don't understand these things, dude.
It's weird how it's like it goes over one and. So it's like I gotta hit 1C and 55 in a row. Oh, I failed that shit. I don't understand how this shit works, dude. I don't think I can do. You see what I'm saying at? How do you get 1C and 55 in a row? Like, what do I gotta do? I don't think it's possible. Oh, there we go. Okay. I see. I didn't know I could go over all the way. I didn't know that. Let's try to, I want to play something else. See, I've been playing this in Red Dead for the last couple weeks. I want to play something else, man. A multiplayer game, man. Oh, man. You guys gonna be on in a little bit? Zyphon, Cap, play. I'm gonna get something to eat. You guys gonna be on in a little bit? Try to think of a good multiplayer game to play, man. I want to play. Maybe like. What do you want to play? It's like I've been waiting forever for a good game to come out, man. I don't know. Maybe they're coming out and I'm just not seeing them. What games have come out that are good lately? Seems like I'm always waiting for a good game to come out. Oh shit. Didn't they just update to a PvE mode too? Did you see that? They have a PvE mode now. Oh, it's an event? Oh, so it's not permanent? It's just temporary? They tell him... I was reading that if you play Arc Raiders and you shoot other players, like, the game treats you like shit. Like, you get put into, like, bad lobbies and...
You know what I'm talking about? What upcoming games are they coming out with? Hold on, let's see. That doesn't really seem like a punishment, though, does it? Seems like something most people would love, to be honest. Here we go. Come on, Zyphon, let's do it. Co-op. This is your co-op game. Maybe they do team of 3. Can you do a team of 3 on this game? Cyberpunk sets. Well, this game. What do you think about this game, bro? You think this game's gonna be a dud? So I remember hearing about this game like a long time ago, and now I'm starting to hear more about it, and a lot of people are like really excited about this game. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it down. Oh shit, you can't see anything. My bad.
Citizens of Pywell. Today, a new chapter in this land's history shall be written.
Something
by
tells me this
our
game's gonna be a
own
bust.
hand.
We fight those who wield power to
Someone was
train
saying
the weak.
this game literally checks
Beasts
all the
who think
boxes of an
themselves
awesome
men.
game, so that means it's gonna be a
That is what it means to be a Freeman. The time has come to do what we believe to be right. Cliff, seek out your Greymane comrades. Uncover the truth that lies within. And let your heart speak without fear.
In the end, all will come together as one. We fight for the future of all. Sound the horn of our final battle. Fight! Fight for Pywell!
Your fight is not for revenge, nor glory, nor pride.
I'll look up right away.
Remember who you are, and let it guide
So,
your
this
path.
game's gonna
For
not.
at the end of it,
This game's gonna fail in some
answers
way.
you
It's
seek.
either gonna be terrible graphics, gameplay loop's gonna suck. I love watching developers play their own game because they know like what every enemy's gonna do. That's good. Never heard of medieval zombie game. Though we both know the game's not gonna look like this. Well, maybe it will. But there's gonna be a lot more on the HUD. I mean, your HUD's just not gonna consist of stamina, whatever that thing is on the left, and life. I might.
Stop warming your
What's that
balls
bottom?
and
What's
get
that supposed to
over
be? Currency or something?
here. Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah, 354.
I am.
You're hearing me. You ain't listening.
Leave off, Granger.
Look at him, or I'll make you.
Boy, calm down, will you? Alright, I'm looking.
What did I say then, eh?
Good for the pain.
That's it. That painted armor. Bloody savages, didn't I say?
Yeah, you said it, Granger.
Get off him. Oh, you think he's got blight? Sometimes it's harder to spot, yeah? Gets in your veins first. Clogs up your brain. You're infected before you know it. But he's dead. Poor bastard reeks. Probably dead for days. You're new to this. It only gets worse after they're dead. Makes you almost sorry for him. My ass doesn't feel too sorry. Keep looking.
Who's that? Sorry, somebody just requested me to be a friend on Facebook. Who the fuck is that?
Curious as to how they, what the other levels or the other areas of the game look like. It's pretty sick, man. So sometime in 2026, so basically holiday 2026. That's basically what that means. Oh, I know what I want to look at before I end the stream. I didn't know. I know we're PC players, but they had a PlayStation. What do you call it? State of play. Because basically anything that comes with PlayStation will be on PC anyways.
State of play. Ghost of Yote Legends, a free 4-player co-op. Death Stranding 2. It's coming to PC. Resident Evil 9. Pragmata. Did you... Oh, Zyphon's not here anymore. Or was it you talking about Pragmata? Oh, that was Zyphon talking about it. Dead or Alive 6, Legacy of Kain, Control, Gameplay, Resident, Crimson Moon. But Beast of Reincarnation. Yoko Shinobi Ops announced. Project Windless. Star Wars Galactic Racer. Now, this is a game I want to play. .007 First Light. So, they released the Master Collection of Metal Gear Solid 2. Which means you'll finally be able to get your hands on Metal Gear Solid 4 on a modern platform. Oh shit, that ain't out till August. Too late. They got a John Wick game coming out? Ooh. That'll be good. Oh. Well, let me take a few minutes break and then we'll play. Let me look at my library real quick, figure out what we're gonna play or get an idea. Oh shit, I closed Steam. I'm gonna end this stream and then I'll start it back up. I'm just glad to be working again. So, bro, let me tell you what happened, man. I got fired from my job in December. Real quick, I got fired in December from Dollar General. Got a job at Walmart warehouse on January 2nd, so not even a week after getting fired. I got offered a job on January 2nd. They didn't do orientation until the end of January. So for the whole month of January, I didn't work. So I go work. I work a weekend. Then the second weekend, I'm working. And I'll tell you more about it. But anyways, they fired me for doing nothing. Literally, I didn't do anything. I complained that the guy who was training me was treating me like shit. And that's why they got rid of me. So that was Monday. Literally 3 days ago. And then, next thing I know is I applied for this job for UF Golf. Something that aligns with my degree. And I had an interview yesterday and I got hired. And he called me back and I got the job today. So there's a little more to it, but the last month and a half's been crazy, bro. So... But yeah, I'll be back. We'll play something. We'll play, we'll figure it out when I get back.